I believe Kristen's on her way from, she was working out of town today, but, so she'll join us when she gets here. All right, good evening. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the Oshtemo Charter Township regular board meeting of October 14th, 2025. Call this meeting to order, and I welcome you to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time we'll move to item number 3, which is remote location identification. At this time, I know Trustee Cole is traveling to the meeting from out-of-town work, so she'll join us when she gets back into town. So I see no other members in need of remote location identification. We'll then move to item number 4, Township Mission, Vision, and Core Values, and I welcome a member of this body to share a core value with us this evening.
Fair treatment for all people.
Thank you, Trustee Chapman. This time, we'll move right on to item number 5, which is approval of the agenda. So there are members of this body wishing to make adjustments to the agenda at this time. If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I move to approve the agenda.
Support.
Motion by Trustee Ford, support by Trustee Chapman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 6 with 1 absent. Moving on to item number 6, public officials and community partner updates. I see we have our road commissioner here. Did you have anything to share?
Nothing specific.
Just here to, you're going to see how we shake our piggy bank, aren't you? All right. Then I'll close public official and community partner updates, and we'll move into the work session. So the goal of tonight's meeting is to come to agreement on what is contained in the draft budget. The purpose of that is so our legal department can provide appropriate notices for the public hearing, which is currently scheduled for November 25th. Am I correct on that, Jim?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
Because of the size of their budgets, I've invited the fire department and the public works department during the work session to review their budgets in front of you and give you an opportunity to ask questions. If there's time reserved, we will move on to another department. Additionally, on hand, we have our department heads here that are available if you have questions. There's a memo highlighting some expenditures, both operational and capital, that I believe need to be considered tonight. But we can discuss those a little bit after the work session in more detail. Also with us this evening is the township's, I don't know what to call you, Josh, our accounting consultant or our accountant, or Josh Gabriels is here with us. I think that's important so that if you have questions regarding carryover funds, particularly sanitary sewer projects or any other complicated matters, I asked Josh to be here to be a resource for you. And so with that, I think we're ready to kick off, and I'd like to welcome the Chief McComb to come and review his budgets with you. Are you going to start with 206, Chief?
Yes.
So 206 for the board is fire operations. Let me get to the first page, and you'll find the beginning of that on page 35. Take it away.
All right, thank you for having me here tonight. Do you want me to go line by line, or do you want me to just hit some highlights and answer questions that you may have since you've already been looking at it?
I think it would be good to start at the top
Okay,
and then just move through it. You don't have to hit every single number, but, just move through it categorically.
okay. So looking at our budget, we're split into three different funds. We are 206, which is operations, 211, which is what we consider our capital fund, that we buy the larger capital items out of, and then the 213, which we view as a building fund. This year, our 206, we had a little trouble balancing it and getting it down to zero, and therefore, I am asking to move $234,006 out of carryover, which currently has about 1.9 million in carryover. So asking to move 234,006 from carryover to help us balance that budget. Current property tax levy, you can see, has gone up every year, 3.65 million, 3.89 million to 4.06. We get our fees and fines in there, false alarm fines, interest earned on our capital, or on our carryover that we have. All the triple zeros are all the income lines that you'll see there.
Chief, can you very quickly remind the board, with regard to the fire SAD, the distribution of how you distributed that tax revenue across the three different funds?
Yes, so the 206 fund, which is operations, is at 86% of our incoming revenue. 9% goes to capital and 5% goes to the building fund. So 86, 9, and 5.
Just from my own benefit, when you say taking the money from carryover, is there a fire department carryover, or is this the general fund?
Nope, fire department.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So
Go ahead, Treasurer.
just to clarify, so the current fund disbursement is 85, 9, and 6, and so the ask is to change it to 86, 9, and 5.
Nope,
No.
they didn't budget that way. They kept
But
it the
that's what
same.
these
No,
numbers show.
86, 9, and 5 is current. That's what we currently do.
Correct. And
Yes.
You staying with
We-
that?
Yep.
Yeah, we were talking about possibly going to 87, 9, and 4 to put a little more money into operations. But if we can move 234,006 into, from carryover into this, then we can balance the budget without having to change the percentages that we put into each one of the accounts.
So I think the revenues that we have in here are what we have when we had a meeting, and so that 4.63 million is the 86%, not 85.
Josh, can you do some calculating? We heard you're really good at this. We expect an answer in 3 minutes. I'm going to continue on. Are you able to try to figure out our number to see if that is an 86 or 85%?
I probably can't from this information. I don't know the total.
Okay.
Give me a minute. I'll see if I can.
I'll bring it to you in a second.
Can you explain to me what you're talking about, 86, 5, 2,
So-
6, 5 hike? I don't know. what
So
you're
we
talking
get
about.
a lump sum of special assessment district money that comes into us. And let's say it's $4 million. 86% of that revenue we put into operations and
206.
206 fund.
This is
And
better.
then 9% capital, 5% to the building.
9% to 211.
9 to 211 and 5 to 213.
This has been true for years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that distribution has been in place for a long, long time.
The 5% came in, since I've been here in 2017. That was not there to begin with, but that came in, to help us save money to get a building. So that was added at some point since 2017, 18, somewhere in there.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, so as we move down, you'll see 206, triple zeros, like I said, are all revenue. We get down to 336, and we're talking about administration. So salaries, and we can go across the board, 2024 was 1.5 million, 2025, 1.99, and 2026, 2.3. This is not only with raises, but we've had additional people hired, so the number's been going up. Along with that number going up, you'll see that we have to do more for FICA, payroll taxes. Health and life insurance has gone up considerably. 2024, we had 234,000 budgeted, we spent 218. 2025, Sarah said we're probably gonna be around 348,000, it came in at 338. And next year, we're looking at $412,000. So those, that has gone up considerably. Pension plan has gone up some, 126 to 182 to 206. Those are fixed costs. A lot of these are fixed costs. Clothing allowance, per the contract, we know there's a fixed cost in there that we could attain maximally. So they're allowed so many pants and so many shirts, but they don't always say, you know, I want my 3 new shirts to, you know, this year. They might be fine with what they're wearing, and so sometimes we don't spend all that money, and quite often we don't. Retiree health care, food allowance is a fixed number that we know every year, so we hit that spot on. Accounting and audit fees are going up slightly. Legal internal, we zeroed out, we just don't see a lot of internal legal fees for right now. That we haven't spent any in 2024, none in 2025, so we're gonna go with 0 for 2026.
Can I,
We won't have any legal fees internal, so.
yeah, the same as we did, welcome trustee Cole. Each fund is paying its portion based on a percentage from the legal department of service it provides. So the attorney's salary is distributed across the funds in the salary line. So each fund is paying for a portion of the legal, or of the attorney's time working on its matters. Sorry, Chief, go ahead.
That's okay. Next one is legal fees union contract. You can see for this year, 2025, we budgeted 10,000 because we were in contract negotiations. We've spent 2,300, negotiations are over with. We put 2,500 in for next year, just in case there's an issue that arises and we need to consult the attorney on something. Mileage, education reimbursement are both at zeros. Hazmat fees have gone up $200, and they're gonna go up 200 more in 2027 and 200 more in 2028, and that's where they're gonna be capped for a while, so. But we've been paying 1,400 a year, since I've been here. And they finally, the hazmat, team decided we finally needed to get a little more money in there. Continuing education.
I have a
This
question on
was-
that. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So my question on that is, does this encompass just the CME credits that are required to maintain currency? Or is this going above and beyond?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, is this including the cost of CME credits that are required, or is this going above and beyond to
For
maintain current certifications?
hazmat fees,
No, the continuing ed,
the continuing ed.
the breakdown there.
Yes, continuing ed has a whole mixture in there. General and advanced skills, 20,000. Fire professional development for officers. Fire marshal division certifications and membership fees, specialist tests. Fire conferences. Yes, so the medical licensing fees come out of, there's one that's called EMS. That might be in, I'm sorry, I'm still looking. That's EMS supplies. Yes, I believe medical licensures do come out of continuing ed.
So
I'd have
that-
to pull up a purchase order to make sure, but
So this amount covers just the required CMEs that are necessary, nothing above,
no, there are some
that are above?
CEs, just the required for CEs. But there's other trainings in there that are not a required training, but something that we think is very beneficial.
Okay.
The budget for continuing ed was larger. We had it at 150,000. And I went to the crews and said, I'm gonna have to borrow some money out of carryover. I need some money back out of this. So I went to Assistant Chief Wiley, who has fire marshal education requirements in there. And I also went to Jake Delapia, our captain of training, and said, I need you to find me some money. I did not give them an amount. I knew in my head what I wanted to see. In my head, I wanted to see $30,000. So I asked them, and I was expecting to see either 2,000 or 50,000. They came back with $49,900 that they can live without this year, but hope to get it back for the advanced trainings that we like to get into. So they did cut that budget down quite a bit. Now we're moving from 206, 336 into 338. 338 is what we pay into the maintenance department for work and service that they do for us. So we pay a certain percentage of the salaries and everything for the maintenance department. And then Greg Fountain and I sit down and we go through what larger items do we need to budget for in the coming years. So you'll see salaries, payroll taxes, pension plan in there. We move into supplies, 72,800. Could be anything from, let me make sure I'm not saying it wrong here, but supplies could be garden hoses. It could be plates or kitchen items or whatever is needed. Vehicle maintenance, we pay a portion of, if they need oil changes, things like that, get put into there. Grounds maintenance equipment, so if they're servicing their mowers or the snow plows or anything like that. Tools and supplies, same thing for maintenance. If he needs to buy some tools or something, we pay a small portion of that. Facility supplies, maybe we need a new desk or some chairs that broke or something. These are facility supplies. Correct me, Greg, if I'm wrong in anything here. Expendable supplies, bathroom supplies, kitchen, laundry, soap, things that we're going to use on a normal basis. Fuel, oil, and grease speaks for itself. Water, sewer, electric, heat. Maintenance services covers things like trash collection, fire alarm monitoring, the window cleaning, the cleaning service, irrigation system shutdown, annual fire suppression, generator servicing, pest control, termite remediation, sand trap servicing, systems repair is kind of the catch-all there that if we have a broken HVAC or something like that, we'll pull out of the systems repair, garage door issues, things like that. And then we also put in asphalt maintenance for both stations. We do one station per year for asphalt maintenance. This year was Station 2, next year will be Station 1.
Can I pause you for just a second, please,
Yes.
Chief? Just for the board's knowledge, in conversation with the maintenance director, you'll see across the entire budget that the projection for particularly electricity is higher than before. The maintenance director brought to my attention, we're probably under budgeted in 2025 for electricity, so anticipate seeing some budget amendments in the fourth quarter for that. So electricity and heat, we're budgeted higher than the previous years to hopefully avoid that in the future. So it's true for all departments, all funds.
Any questions on the 338? All right, moving into 340. This is our operations, on-call firefighter pay, which you can see we are already over by $3,961 from what we budgeted last year. So we'll be coming with a budget amendment for that. But we're next year anticipating $170,000 to pay for the paid on-call firefighters. Payroll taxes, pension plan, all have to do with the payroll. Then we move into supplies, fire department supplies. These are office supplies, things that are needed around the office, whether it's paper, printer supplies, just different office supplies. We used to have, this number used to be larger, but we moved, most of it, we figured out was maintenance supplies, so we moved most of the money to maintenance supplies, and just kept this that's more focused on the office. Petty cash, we never used it when I was here. When I started, I don't think we ever used petty cash, we just zeroed that out. EMS supplies, we got a slightly enlarged number because we do have things that are coming up that are gonna be required to buy next year that are expiring. Whether it's batteries for AEDs or AED pads, certain medical equipment expires, so we're budgeting a little bit higher next year to replace those items.
I meant to Google it earlier, but what is colorimetric devices and tube holders?
Doc, go for it.
So a colorimetric device that allows you to know if your intubation is in the right place, if it produces CO2 or just gas from the stomach. So if it's in the lung, it should be CO2, and CO2 will turn the colorimetric device from a yellow to a purple color. Holder is for the tube that is down you so that you can breathe, so nobody's holding it the whole time so it doesn't go up and down.
Got it.
Critically necessary.
Tools and supplies, we always budget a little bit high on that because we have been caught in the past having to come back for a budget amendment. So we went just a little bit high on it again. $4,500, this year so far, we've spent $2,500. Training supplies, small amount, materials for props and simulators. We have advanced, let's say CPR mannequins, so we have certain things that we use for those. So this, that line item covers some of that kind of stuff. Pub Ed, 2025, this current budget, we had, we went from 5,000 to 15,000. We bought a trailer for the Pub Ed, which is being used. And if you were at our event last Saturday, thank you for coming. But you would have seen the trailer there also. And we're dropping back down to 5,000 for 2026. This covers coloring books, plastic helmets, things for families and kids for the events that we put on. Computer operations, I work closely with John from the IT department and figure out how much are we going to spend, what do we need, and we come up with a number, and that is $137,550. Radio maintenance.
Can I pause you again? I'm sorry.
Yep.
Thanks. This is just more education for the board as you're seeing this. So similar to distribution that I described with regard to the township attorney's time, we took a close look, making sure that each fund for each department was paying its fair share for what it was using. So you'll see, for example, and this may have been true in the past, but, you know, where analytics, for example, is distributed between the general fund, the fire fund, and the building fund. And so that same lens was applied to pretty much universally, making sure that each fund was participating in the expenses at a rate that was equal to the use or the consumption. So just another point for the board. Thanks, Chief.
Yep. Telephone speaks for itself. These are different phone systems, related repairs, AT&T FirstNet for personnel, monthly rebates for those who use their phones, their own phone instead of taking another phone. And then the vehicles, all the iPads and all the fire trucks have connectivity, so we can receive our dispatch information. Vehicle operations is a big one. This is our, we'll start off, preventative maintenance services, large fire apparatus, preventative maintenance for small vehicles, annual pump testing certifications, annual aerial and ground ladder testing, annual hose testing. We have to get them weighed every year. Every apparatus, the engines have to be weighed. And then we have unscheduled repairs to all vehicles. The unscheduled repairs are, that's been a big hit recently, and I've come to you for some extra money out of carryover to cover that. I think we're getting closer and closer to saying that we can hire a full-time mechanic to cover some of that cost. We're not quite there yet to have it to come out even or better in our budget. But I am I'm looking forward to the day that we do get there. And then on the engine we bought from Holland Township, I got a quote to do body corrosion repair on it for $20,000. It does have certain areas on it where it's starting to rust, and we want to get that taken care of since we've had so many rust issues in the past. So that quote came back at $20,000, and I put that in here. Fuel, we're looking pretty good this year, $27,000 spent. We budgeted 44. We're budgeting 40 for next year. Physical exams, we were able to bring that number down. We're working with Syracuse Health Center. We started last year. Let me take you back a little further. We used to use a company that would come in to the station, and they would hit every fire station in the county, and some of them around us, we'd pull in Texas and maybe some Portage firefighters, and if we couldn't make a day, we'd go down there, and when they did it, it was, well, you're doing a hearing test in the back of a semi-truck trailer with a generator running outside. It just wasn't the best option. So we talked to Syracuse Health Center and said, what can we do to better this for everybody? And there's some departments in our county that don't do any of these at all, and we need to bring the price down. So we worked with Syracuse. Erin, our administrative assistant, has been huge in doing this. She's actually the record keeper for everybody. We're using us, Matawan, Texas, Cooper, and Kalamazoo Township are all sending firefighters now to Syracuse Health Center, which is on WMU's campus. And I think we're going to be pulling more in next year. So they have regular meetings with us. How did it go this year? What can we change? What can we do better? So we're starting to see some savings there, and you'll see that reflected in our budget. We budgeted $40,000 in the past, $40,000 this year. We spent $27,000. We're budgeting $29,150 because that's where we see the numbers going to be next year for our physicals.
sorry, it was on. Can you explain to me, I know I've asked this question in previous years, but it is kind of a thing for me is, you know, we pay for health insurance for our staff. That includes things like exams and vaccines. What in the fire, and maybe it's not fire, maybe it's all public safety, but why do you need a special or a special physical and
Yep,
special
so-
vaccine?
So we follow NFPA's guidelines on what we should be tested for. Your normal testing, and I'll use, let's say, just labs, for example. We get blood drawn because we've got people who work with hazardous materials. We get drawn for, checked for heavy metals. And that is something that your normal screening would not do. And it expands from there. There's multiple things. Doc, if you want to.
Yeah, so this is what I actually do in the military. These are occupational health exams and require a completely different mindset. So when you go to a general doctor, you go in with a complaint or a general physical. These kind of exams, we have specific requirements like PFAS exposure and things like that, that might not be otherwise relevant to the general public. So
Wow.
there's specialized occupational health exams based on the occupation.
Sounds like we need some insurance reform so that our insurance carrier is required to provide the type of exam that our staff needs. But that's for another day, I suppose.
I am,
Thank you, Chief.
I am looking forward to, our union came to us and said that the IAFF, Michigan Professional Firefighters Union, IAFF, passed some things in the state of Michigan that allow us to seek funding to help out with these physical exams. And we're definitely going to be going after that money. So my goal is to not even see that number go down next year, and we can pay for it with a grant from the state. But we will, we'll attack that when the chance gets here.
It's not a big number, but why isn't flu inoculations covered on our health insurance, an individual's health insurance?
Oh, I thought it was for paid on call.
I don't know.
A lot of places are free.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a lot of money, but it just, having gotten those inoculations.
Yeah. I know the paid on call don't have our health insurance, but I don't know if our health insurance covers it or not. I can't say.
Our health
And-
insurance covers flu vaccine.
At that cost,
I
it's
believe-
probably just the paid on call because it would only be a couple people that would, $600 is so low, it's only likely to be your paid on call. The rest must be our insurance.
I think last year we couldn't even, I don't think they could get us the inoculation last year. And so it didn't, it wasn't even offered out to our crews. Life EMS usually are the ones that attain the medicine or the stuff and administer it. And last year they had
Vaccine.
trouble getting it. Yeah, vaccine. Moving on to new hire expenses. We don't anticipate having anybody to have to hire. So we're putting 2,000 in there in case we do lose somebody and we do have to put out some hiring, advertising and things. General insurance has gone up, not too bad, 132,000 in 2024, 174 in 2025, and back down to 161.8. General insurance covers vehicles, liability, property, VFIS insurance, which is for our volunteer firefighters or paid on call, and work comp. Work comp is the big one in there, that's $100,000. Moving down to equipment maintenance. I think we're getting near the bottom here. So our air packs need annual testing. General SCBA repairs, when they come in to test them, they always find something broken and we gotta fix things. Our jaws of life are the Homatro hydraulic tools. They come in annually to test, and then we always have a few things that need repaired in there. Luckily, this last year, the two things that needed repaired were actually under a warranty, so that did not cost us. Air compressor, where we fill our air packs off a certain air compressor, Station 2. That's got to be tested quarterly. Make sure we're putting good air in them. Repairs to air monitors, saws, hand tools, fans, blowers, and then every 6 months we have to, our air packs have batteries, AA and AAA batteries in them. And every 6 months we have to replace those batteries. I believe there's 8 in the pack and 4 in the mask. So we go through a lot of batteries. So that is at $250. So, let's see, the last one, equipment is batteries, flashlights, repairing broken hand tools, axes, traffic cones, extinguishers, all the things off the fire engine that we use, break, need repair, we need refilling, whatever.
And why is that one only 8,500 versus, am I
Yep.
looking at that right? 72,500?
We had,
There might have been a particular purchase, because it's in the amended budget, so I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember off the top of my head, but
we moved some money in there to buy some intakes, which was $23,000.
he has it.
And then we have, there's tools for the new fire engine were coming out of there also. So that was inflated this year to cover the tools for the new fire engine.
Happy to see it down by quite a bit, but just curious. Thank you.
All right, any questions on the 206 fund? And again, I want to go back to the top. This is the only fund we're asking for using carryover money on, and that was $234,006. Claire?
Chief, I want to make sure you're clear, because, and the board is clear, and this, thank you, Claire, for being prepared with your sheet. When we met, and so the previous distribution was 85% 206, 9% 211, and 6% 213. The revenues that she put in, that you built your budget off of, were after our meeting, and they represent 86% for the 206, 9% for the 211, and 5% for the 213.
Yes.
So I want to make sure that we are all abundantly clear that that percentage distribution did change
It did
in
not.
one area.
It did.
It did.
89%, so if you have 206 open, right, in front of you?
Yes.
So if we go with the original 85%, that's 4,016,250. 86% is the 4,063,500.
Yeah.
So to
I
be
was-
clear, that if the board
She's right.
approves it as it
Okay.
is,
I
we're
ran the
changing
numbers, too.
those
That distribution.
calculations, or I can change the carryover.
And that is how I recollect the conversation went.
Okay.
So I just want I want everyone to be fully clear that
So those numbers were changed.
those numbers were changed.
Got it. Okay.
And I can verify those numbers. They're correct.
Yeah, she's,
And I guess for my purpose as well, like when I do distributions, if we're not all in agreement with this, I'm still dispersing the 85, 9, and 6, because that's what the past board voted on, right? So I guess I need to be clear at the end of this fire discussion, is that's what we want to do, so I know where I'm going when I'm doing disbursements in April.
I'm not sure, would that require a vote?
I think it would be good practice, but if you want to finish your funds, then,
So just to clarify though, the 234 is still how much is requested from carryover?
correct.
Yes.
And we did the work with the percentages of distribution to try to level out, so fire didn't need so much carryover.
So if the 86% is correct, if we stick with the 85%, there's an additional 47,250 to be added to it.
To balance, or fine cuts.
And it's up to the board to determine how to divide that. It is, really, it's two SADs that you then combine the revenues. You are distributing them how you choose, but technically,
It
they're
doesn't
not
change the
earmarked.
number.
You can change that percentage anytime you want.
Yeah.
I have a question in the 206 about, what is it? It's vehicle operations.
206.
That would be 206, 340, 86, 700.
Page
44. Unscheduled repairs to all vehicles, 150,000. I didn't see that as an item in the previous year's budgets, and I just wanted to know if you could kind of provide some context into that number.
It should be in every year's budget.
The 150?
No, that number's gone up.
So what we have, and I know it's in there because I've seen it, what we have, all our boxes for prior years are blank.
For the blue line sections
Yeah.
of it, they are, and I mean, 2024 vehicle ops was 131,000, and then now we're up to 215,000, and we've got that one blue line item for $150,000 placeholder for unscheduled repairs to all vehicles. It just feels like a lot of committed dollars for that. I mean, is that 150, how much did we spend on the used fire truck? I don't know,
Yep.
we're borrowing 234,000 from carryover. I just wonder if allocating
Yeah.
150K for unscheduled repairs makes sense in the budget. If that type of scenario were to happen, we just make a budget amendment and
We're-
decide what to do with the situation.
We're hoping, having the newer fire engine, that number will come down, but compared to what we've paid out this year, that's about where we're gonna be for unscheduled repairs, things that
So-
break, things.
How are
that-
they unscheduled if we know that it's gonna be about that much for the year?
And we have a new engine.
We, over the years, we've seen, we spend 130,000, we spend 140, we see the increase in our repairs. When we got the last new fire engine, I thought I was gonna see a drop, but we didn't. We had some other issues with other engines that cost us more.
Okay,
So we just kind of use historical data to look at where should that number go and how much is it going up.
So maybe I'm missing it, but what have we spent on unscheduled repairs last year and the year before? And how much last year was on the engine that we just replaced?
Well,
I
we
can't-
budgeted 96,000.
Is that in here? 'Cause I'm not seeing.
No, it's from last year's budget.
Oh, okay.
you see it on blue
Yeah,
line
I
from
can't-
last year? Is that where you
Yeah.
got that? Okay.
We budgeted 96,000 last year. and
Okay,
you put
well, that helps clarify some of, I mean, it looked like a 0 to 150 on this sheet. So
Gotcha.
now that I know we went from 96, it makes a little more sense.
Well, and that speaks to at what point do we have the discussion about, instead of sending our vehicles to, the repair place across town, does it make sense to have our own mechanic in-house?
Right.
So I think that's what Chief was saying earlier, is we're getting close to that tipping point where it's gonna make sense to just have our own staff person.
Yeah, there are certain things, and probably the biggest hurdle that we're gonna find in getting a staff person in to do our repairs is where are they gonna go?
Right.
And
don't have
we'll
a
have
place
some
for that.
capital equipment purchase up front to get things, the tools they need, but, we need that place for them. So maybe,
You're gonna need a place and some serious capital outlay if you're planning on lifting that thing up and servicing it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
so that's gotta be factored in also, but we're getting pretty close to evening out, I think. Certain things will always have to go out there, until the person that we hire can do big work, if it's aerial ladder, pumps, things like that, but,
Okay, I appreciate the answer, thank you.
yep.
211, Chief? 211 is on page 50.
Okay, 211, this is what we consider our capital, although it's called equipment. But to us, this is our capital fund. We're buying capital things. I'm not asking for any carryover. We've been able to balance this budget with 8,150 left in the green. We bring in 425,250 in the SAD, 13,000 in interest on that money. And then we move down to 211,338, and again, 338 is the maintenance fund. So, Greg Fountain and I sit down, we go over things, what's needed. This, coming year, replacement John Deere tractor, our portion of that is $10,000. And a leaf collection system, our portion of that is $2,000.
The tractor is another perfect example of an item that's distributed across multiple funds that are using that item. In maintenance, I don't know, I think Greg just drives around in a tractor all day long, don't you, Mr. Fountain?
Personal protective equipment, 344, so now we're back out of maintenance, back into fire department stuff. Personal protective equipment, we had budgeted 145,000 this last year. That's because we had a turnout gear grant. A lot of money went towards that. So we had some special purchases in there. We see next year as minimal for personal protective equipment, maybe replacing some torn gear or anything that rips or tears, whatever, so.
I just want to draw to your attention, Chief, because I saw it earlier today. Actually, in the blue line, you didn't assign any funding towards PPE. You have 8,000 for repair and maintenance, and you have 10,000 for technical rescue equipment, but you didn't actually allocate any funds for PPE. So do you want us to do that now?
No.
No? So we'll keep that at zero?
Yeah, the reason we had that in there was to make sure that every firefighter had 2 sets of turnout gear, and we're
Okay.
there. So, thank you, but we got to where we needed to be, so we can.
Okay.
So I have a question on the technical rescue. This is an above and beyond team. What is the total cost of having this team? And does it behoove us to keep that in a time where we have budget issues?
Yeah. I would have to get numbers back to you on the total cost. I don't have those ready for you right now, but we believe the team is necessary. We've had a few technical rescue incidents. Luckily, they haven't been in Oshtemo, but being part of that team, when we do have something here in Oshtemo, is going to be seamless. And the members that we have, the training that they have is top-notch, so.
Well, no, I remember watching what you do, but again, the question I have is, you know, if it hasn't been used in Oshtemo, is it something that we should continue to invest in? Because it is above and beyond. I know it's wonderful training, and bringing that car up was fascinating, among other things. But it's, again, a time of some constraints. The question has to be, is it an investment for the people who are paying for it?
Well, I would ask too, if we didn't have it, what surrounding jurisdictions do have that training if we are the ones going out to them?
Yep, so that would be the city of Kalamazoo, Portage, and Comstock.
So there are options, I guess, at least. Okay.
Accounting and audit fees remains right around the same area that we've been. You drop down to capital outlay vehicle. So originally I had a replacement vehicle for me in there at $100,000 for an electric truck with station modifications and everything needed. We took that out because we were having trouble balancing the budget. I may come back to you next year or possibly even later this year because my vehicle is not doing very good. The motor's shaky and the driveline's making some noises. Just had new bearings put in it, but that did not take care of the noises that the driveline's stabilitrack light comes on, things. So I may be coming back asking for a budget amendment if my vehicle does not make it through 2026.
What is that vehicle, 6 years old?
2018, 7 years old, and it's got like 85,000 or something on it. So it's not horrible, but it's not doing good. I get a little technical here on you, but the engine has a It's a V8, but it can switch to a V4 by shutting off cylinders. And the valve train and the camshaft in that go bad, and that's what's happening. So it's going to be a motor rebuild to be able to bring that back. And then,
And the next one that you buy will do that too, and the next one after that. You guys cannot afford to not switch to an electric truck for this,
You don't have the problem.
promise.
that being said, 551 pickup truck is not electric. But, so as I brought up last year, when we're looking at replacing the Ford Explorers that we have with pickup trucks to get turnout gear and dirty stuff in the back of the truck instead of in the back of your SUV, this is a continuation to get a new rescue vehicle at Station 1. And that'll, we'll use that vehicle as the vehicle they're currently using is the pickup truck that hauls the technical rescue trailer. That will go back down to Station 2 and hooked back up to the trailer. As it is now, if we get a technical rescue call, crews are racing here to get this truck down there to hook the technical trailer up to go on a call. So, and that leaves us with one staff car. So we, all the trainings, everything we go to, we can really use that staff car. So that would be the Ford Explorer that we used to use for medicals will be, turned into a staff vehicle. Mr. Chapman, you look confused.
Nope, I just make faces occasionally. Well, so tell me about the rescue vehicle.
Okay, so let me start from the last year when Deputy Chief had an accident and his vehicle was totaled out. We, insurance paid it out, it was totaled, so insurance paid it out. And we know that the Ford Explorers are too small. We've got, the back are filled up and the medical bag sits in the back seat. We can only fit 3 people in there, so if you got a crew of 4 on that day, they're gonna split because you can't take 4 in that vehicle. We also know that with cancer stuff, all the stuff that's on our turnout gear and the nastiness, we don't want that in our vehicle with us. So Deputy Chief said, let me take your Ford Explorer, we can take that and you figure out what you need for a medical vehicle. So we have an apparatus committee and they went to different departments, trainings, meetings on these things. What's the best vehicle to use? They came up with one. It was a GMC 3/4 ton pickup, gas engine. And that's what they went with for Station 2. That freed up, that took their Ford Explorer, and the Deputy Chief got that, he's driving that. Now, they took the pickup truck that was hauling the trailer down there and brought that up here and took that Ford Explorer, and it's being used currently as a staff car. If we can get this pickup truck, then we're gonna get this one in, replace the one that hauls the trailer and put that back down with the trailer.
That's a whole lot of movement.
Yeah.
That's why I made the face.
Any questions on that? And then maintenance is looking at getting a vehicle. We pay 25% of that, which would be $15,000. Moving down to capital outlay equipment. So some of this stuff, and thank you to Josh Gabriel's, my question to him was, our 206 fund was much worse than it looks right now. And we had some of this equipment in 206, and Josh said, anything that you plan on lasting more than a year is a capital item. So we moved a lot of things out and down into 211 to help balance the budget.
Almost true.
Fire extinguisher trainer for community risk reduction, $12,000. Ventilation prop, $25,000. This is all training stuff that we're hoping, as we build this up, we'll be able to not send people out of town so much for trainings and start doing our own and putting on trainings in our station. Beginning of the power tool program, we're trying to catch up on needed maintenance of power tools. Our tools are not doing great, and we're switching everything over battery-powered Milwaukee tools and trying to catch up with A lot of our neighbors use Milwaukee, so we want to make sure that we're using the same brand as they are. So if we're on an accident or extrication and we need their battery, it's going to fit in our tool, so. CO detector, calibration dock, gas and related accessories. Currently, we have carbon monoxide detectors that we keep on our medical bags. So if we get to somebody's house, they're feeling ill, don't feel well, and we walk in, and the detector starts beeping, that's the problem. Here's what's happening. We don't have a way to test those to make sure that they're calibrated and working correctly. We have the detectors and we put them on the bags. So this is the calibration dock, gas-related accessories in there. Honda inverter generator used for training. Coolers, when you're putting on trainings, we're using some very old coolers with broken lids on them to keep ice and water in. So we're looking at buying a couple new coolers. Flow test kit. When we're flowing water out of our hoses, we know exactly what our water flow is coming out of the hose on the fire truck. And my crews amaze me. I can walk up to them in any fire scene and say, what are you flowing? And they're gonna say 638 gallons a minute. It's crazy that these guys know this stuff. And that benefits us greatly when we're figuring out how much weight we put into a building just in water. Tower lights, again for training. A canopy to help us with the sun. It's just like a 10 by 10 quick shade canopy. We moved computers out of the computer line and put down here. This is one of the things that we talked with John Gibson about when we were talking about the computer line, and I took these out and moved them down just because they do last more than a year. Replacement iPads. Our iPads are all getting to the date they need replaced. And iPads are what we keep in the fire trucks for our MDTs to communicate with dispatch. Metro Rescue Team equipment. This is repair and broken and worn out equipment, outdated ropes, etc. And replacement fire hose. This is replacing any failed fire hose that we have.
So I thought,
Every year when they come in and do the testing, that we have some hose that goes bad, and this is money to replace that hose, which we historically see.
so
Yes.
a couple questions. So back up to the CO2 detector calibration deck. Are we currently sending them out for calibration?
Not the CO detectors, no.
So how are we
It's-
have absolutely no way to ensure their functioning? So does that mean we'll have to buy new CO2 detectors?
No, we should be good with the ones we have.
So are the
It's-
ones we have will be able to be calibrated with this,
Yes,
but we can't send them out to calibrate?
we could, we don't,
We don't, okay.
yeah.
Why don't we?
What would the cost be to send them out versus
That
buying the equipment?
I do not know. They recommend, so we bought these and they seem like a very simple thing and they used to be a very simple thing. You put on the bag, they're good for a year and you toss them. The new ones we bought have a longer life and replaceable sensors in them. The documentation that comes with them says, oh, by the way, you should bump test these daily. So just put them in the dock, test them real quick, and it hits a quick test and they're good. And then once a month, you do a larger flow test on them. And we just don't have that equipment to do that. And, a daily bump test or a monthly send them out test, the return on those, I just don't feel it'd be worth sending them and then waiting a week to get them back every month.
So we bought new equipment that costs more to maintain. Okay. The Metro Rescue Team equipment, is that for the technical rescue again? Is that additional expense related
Yes.
to tech? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And if I can go back to the CO detector calibration dock, we do have a calibration dock currently that we test the multi-gas meters on. And this is an addition that attaches to that dock. So we have the main equipment here, we just need the things for the parts of it to test these little meters. Any other questions in this?
And 213 is on page 54.
Oh, wait a minute. I missed a line down at the bottom. Capital outlay facilities. Talking to Greg Fountain again, looking at replacing windows and HVAC at Station 1. And these are the numbers that we came up with after looking at some quotes that came in. $45,000 to replace the windows and $100,000 to replace the HVAC system.
The revenue for 211 doesn't change, that was the consistent 9%, so that is regardless of our choice, that is the revenue.
Now, I almost considered, and if this line would have been upside down, moving these into the 213 fund, because that is our building fund, and these are building items, but this line is in the green right now, so I left them there. Mr. Chapman, you have any questions for me?
None yet.
Okay.
There will be more to come.
That moves us to 213, which is pretty much just a savings fund, but I do have one item in there, and that is a study. Sorry, I'm bringing it up here. Capital outlay facilities. I put in a facility needs assessment for 5-1. If we're looking at doing a new fire station, this is something that we need to do. The $50,000 is a shot in the dark on my end. I have no idea what it's gonna cost. But I wanted to put some money in there, so we can, move forward on that if we're ready to. And
think-
again, this will be reimbursed by the grant that we got to if we do move forward with it.
Right, so the grant that we got from the state of Michigan for fire station, after consulting with Josh, I don't know, I think I must have asked 3 times probably, but the grant is not in the budget yet because we don't know if we're gonna spend it in 2026, so if we identify the project or a piece of property or whatever, that would come forward to the board for probably a budget amendment to put those dollars in the budget. But since it's uncertain, we did not put it in the budget. Once we identify how to move forward, then it would be the appropriate time to budget for it.
That being said, this doesn't really need to be in there either, but I wanted it in there as the placeholder to remind us that this is something we need to look at, so. That is it on the 213 fund. Do I have any questions?
Well, we're in the work session, so we can't take any official action in the work session, so we'll have to do a vote later on discussion regarding the,
I don't think that's accurate. I think we can take action at any point.
oh, really? I thought we couldn't in the work session.
Oh, you kind of,
Oh, well,
part of a
All
public,
right.
public meeting.
So, yeah, I guess we're looking for direction on if we're changing the disbursement rates to leave this budget as it is written, from the 85,960 to the 86,955.
Oh.
That's what we're talking about on, like,
yeah.
I'm not as concerned about the ratios that we're gonna disperse the funds. I'm more interested in discussing what's in the budget and or not in the budget. But as we just described this fire budget, I'm not in favor of supporting this. So,
And if there is a shortfall of, I believe, 240,000, perhaps the ratios aren't the best. You know, I'm all for putting money away, but if we have one fund that has a deficit and another fund that's a savings account, perhaps the ratio should be adjusted to account for that.
213 didn't go into the deficit, did it?
no.
Yeah, the 213 is the building fund savings account.
So what I'm saying is maybe that should be, the percentage should be decreased to cover the 86% distribution. Maybe some should come from that over to the, I believe it was 80,
We did, we moved it, so we took that, it used to be 6%, and we took it down to 5% of the ratio.
doesn't need to be 4?
I don't think 4 is, I mean, it can be, but it's not gonna give you $200,000, I don't think. Did you
Then
run that
cutting some
number?
other things.
If we did 87, 9, and 4? Is that what you're thinking about?
What would, yes, so 87, 9, 4, what would that look like, and would that make up the shortfall?
It's gonna take a minute to,
It would reduce it by 47,000.
I like having math people in the room.
Go from the 238 down to 190.
so it doesn't move it as far as, so it was, the Fire 206 fund was more significantly out of whack when we started. So, we did a combination of readjusting those percentages a little bit. He went back to, I mean, I sent him back and said, find money, make cuts in what you presented, and they did that. It's not uncommon to use carryover funds, and I just want to remind this board that operational costs were significantly increased 25 over 26, and we're going to feel that.
That's all over there.
And as a reminder, we do have 1.9
Oh,
million in
yeah.
that fund
How much is in that
of
fund?
carryover. I get what you're saying too, but I just wanted to.
Yeah, but that does not last very long if you keep using it.
Yep.
Do you want to, Zach, do you want to put on the table, I mean, you said pretty
Oh,
clearly you
yeah.
weren't willing
No,
to
no.
support this budget, so.
So this fire department budget before had the electric vehicle that would replace your vehicle. I was pretty excited to see that after 10 years, we were finally going to make that happen. Today, I was looking at that, and I thought we were still on track, and I was going to suggest that we add a line item to install a charger probably at your home as well as at the station. We're not, it costs twice as much per mile to run these vehicles, and in your guys' case, probably 3 times as much because of how much you're beating the crap out of them and driving very quickly to where you're going. They continue to fail on you guys because they are mechanical with hundreds of thousands of moving pieces, and you don't have to live this way, guys. We can do it a lot cheaper, and we can probably do it pretty darn close to within that $85,000 line item that you have right now. We can go out and find a gently used model that would more than fit your needs for about $40,000, $45,000, another $30,000 probably to outfit it the way you need it. We're still underneath the $85,000. We add in another $2,500 tops to get your house set up for level 2 charging. Maybe that much to
Zach,
do it
these
here
are-
at the township.
These are different vehicles, so he pulled.
I'm aware.
Okay.
But he switched them because he felt that the cost would be too high, and he's trying to balance his budget. To me, it's not prudent. to
I will
do this,
say, I
continue
didn't
to
switch
do
them.
this.
They were both in there. The rescue vehicle and.
I'm sorry, okay, so you pulled the one.
Just pulled
Yep.
mine.
I'm telling you, I want to see us get this vehicle done. I think doing it with yours makes sense. If you're saying we can only do one vehicle and this is the vehicle you want to do it to, I still think the mission for that vehicle works as a Ford Lightning or a Silverado EV or whichever one you guys were looking at. That mission can still be performed by that vehicle and at a lesser cost. And we got to do this
For the vehicle
one
in
day.
the budget, or for
I'm
the,
sorry?
sorry, for the vehicle in the budget, or for the vehicle that's coming up for the chief?
I mean, in my mind, both of those vehicles should be that way.
So,
That's the direction we ought to be going. But if we wanted to take it, if the township, besides, myself, I'm a lot more comfortable with this technology. if we were wanting to baby step it, I thought the chief's vehicle would be the safest, least, or the most risk-averse option to electrify.
Right. I
And-
think it's gonna depend on what they're used for, right? Like.
I don't think
what
so.
they're-
This is a
what-
36 square mile township. There's no running out of range here.
Okay,
So-
that's fine, I
So,
won't speak
and
again, we'll leave it off.
the other consideration, is the decrease in maintenance. So you have the decrease in fuel costs. Yes. As a person who has a Silverado that gets 400 plus miles, I don't know how you would use that much in a day. So I think that it is viable, and it would have it would have lower overall cost. So it would be we're always spending other people's money. We're spending our taxpayers' money, and we need to find ways to save it any way we can, because I'm not in support of increasing taxes at this time. So there needs to be some cut somewhere, and that's why I was bringing up the technical rescue. It doesn't benefit our community at this time. We have other resources available, and that needs to be something that we consider eliminating, because it's something that's not part of our core mission in a time of budget cuts. So I think there's some other savings that could be, that also would affect education, training, certification, and the equipment too. So there's places in here, before I'm gonna say dip into our savings, that we need to cut. We just need to start trimming some things. And I think that's, when we're flush, it's great to have things, but we need to maybe trim some things that aren't exactly core net needs.
Well, I guess
I have
the
a
idea
question.
that we have to trim the budget is based on what? Because we haven't talked about what their fund balance is, and that's what I was
I
asking.
have that, give me a second.
Right.
So their carryover and their savings account for which equipment, building or operating?
I think all of them, just
So in operating, they have
206.
1.9 million.
206,
In equipment, they have 440,000.
211,
And in 213, they have 1.4 million.
213.
And they still have a 1.1 million left outstanding for this year's budget in operating.
What was 213s again, please?
1.4.
Thank you.
How long have we had the technical response unit?
I think we're on our third year.
And we've gone out, not in Oshtemo, but we've gone out to where and how?
We have had calls in Oshtemo, just nothing really noteworthy. We've gone to Portage when they had the trench accident. But we are the trench experts for the county. We're also part of the 5th District Regional Rescue Team. So all of our personnel are trained in multidisciplinary areas.
Okay, so the, I'm not using the proper terminology, but the trench rescue, I guess, expertise that we have, that's part of that team,
Technical
correct?
rescue, yeah.
Yeah, I'm struggling with cutting back on that. I just,
It was my understanding, I thought that the technical teams were, different communities have different kinds of technical teams, right?
Yeah.
Or Cooper has the water rescue team, and so if I understood it correctly, different communities make the investment to train up these technical teams, and then we use our cross-community, what's the name of that agreement?
Resources between everybody.
Yeah, whatever, that cross-community agreement, so if we need a water rescue, then their folks come to us, and when trench rescue was necessary in Portage, our folks went to Portage, and so I
we are
think that
using-
is how those special teams are dispersed across the region. So I think cutting technical rescue team, to me, kind of is a little bit of a jab in the eye to our neighbors who, are training up their teams if we call and need them. So, you understand what I'm saying? Like,
Well, I understand what you're saying, but let's ask this. Beyond what you mentioned with trench, is any of the services we provide duplicated across other communities? Does Kalamazoo have the capabilities? Do other communities have the capabilities if we did not have this team?
Trench rescue, no, not at this time. The city is buying more trench equipment, and they're bringing their trench level up.
And if we did not have this team, we have mutual aid agreements where the city of Kalamazoo would still provide the same services, correct? If they had it available,
Minus our personnel, yeah.
minus our personnel. So our mutual aid would continue. The services are still in the community and still available to the community.
Yes.
Okay.
But what would we?
Now-
Wait,
be
you're
offering?
saying to call the city to come help us in a trench situation, or the city to take over our trench rescue responsibilities?
What I'm saying is, if we did not have this team, we would still have the capability with mutual aid to have the services provided to our community.
You're
Yep.
mixing two
That's the same
teams.
with the fire department or anything else.
There's the
If you didn't have a
trench
fire
team,
department,
there's the-
somebody else is gonna put our fires out for us.
But you're pulling resources from that somebody else, which is the problem,
I
right?
probably should have labeled this a little differently, and I want you to look at, when I say Metro Rescue Team Equipment, maybe I should have put Technical Rescue Team Equipment. Metro, when you look at we're part of the 5th District Rescue Team for the state of Michigan. We're part of a Metro Rescue Team. We're part of a county hazardous materials team. And there's 2 others in there that I'm gonna draw a mind blank on now I'm talking about them. I look at those more as this group of people are training together, and that's called that team. Not necessarily that we have a Metro Rescue team that we have to provide Metro Rescue equipment on, but we're part of this team and part of that team. And so altogether, we train on all these different disciplines. And our people, on our department, we have somebody on every one of the disciplines, minus water rescue. So we just don't have enough lakes here to warrant that, but everything else we feel is very important.
I would
I
tend to
wanna-
agree, sorry, I don't wanna see any cuts to what's been presented here, just.
Well, I want to talk about the vehicle situation really quickly. What I think I would like to see is the vehicle removed from the budget. And I would like to see it come back to us as a budget amendment in January, when you guys figure out how to get and do the electric. Let's do it. Let's see what it costs to get in get the charging station installed and.
I fully anticipated this conversation. There are 3 other requested vehicles in this budget.
Well, I'm only talking about this one.
But if we're gonna talk about it, I think we should talk about it in total, right? I mean, are we gonna do hybrid? Are we gonna do electric? I think maintenance would probably say that they would like a full-size gas-powered truck to do their work. But I was thinking we would make a plan as we looked at all the requested vehicles about moving forward, how to move forward together to, I think we're all very well aware that green energy is a value to this board, so,
I think, yeah, so go ahead.
I guess I don't know enough about it to know long-term budget-wise what that value is.
That's what I was gonna say too, I don't know.
From my
enough,
experience,
but-
replacing broken parts on an electric vehicle are highly expensive, way more expensive than a gas vehicle. But that's what I've been told. I don't have proof of that, I don't have education on that, I don't have knowledge on that. And so I'm sitting here going, how do you make that decision when you've got somebody that's so passionate, and then me that's going, I don't know. I
Well-
think there needs to be more education on it before we make a decision on 4 vehicles.
I also
Yeah.
I would only be comfortable doing one vehicle at this time, almost as a test. And again, that's maybe just me not being educated enough on it, but particularly when we're talking rescue vehicles, I hate to do all 3 at once and then to come back and go, well, we didn't anticipate this, because it's new technology for us.
right, and we'll
I'd be
talk
more
about
comfortable
all
with
the other
one.
vehicles later in the evening,
Yeah.
so I did anticipate this conversation. I mean, as far as what we were gonna wanna do to make a step towards having electric or hybrid, or what, how do we wanna approach that?
So if I could just
Sure.
interrupt. So, you know, with all due respect, it's been probably a year now that I brought up to this board that we should have a study, hire a consultant to do an EV conversion, evaluation, what everybody needs here. We've done nothing, so now we're back here at another budget discussion. Do we want to do an EV and do we want to jump in with one? Well, we had the option of doing a study when it was brought up before, so that we could all feel comfortable and learn and what are our needs and what was going on. We chose not to do this. I still think it's a good idea if you would feel more comfortable to do this study, but as someone who just jumped in with both feet and got rid of my gasoline vehicle, and now I'm on my second EV, I just went ahead and jumped in. So if you feel more comfortable jumping in and learning on something while we get a study, but I don't think we should just willy-nilly, you know, pick off this one here and then, oh, we'll learn on this when we can have someone teach us and present the information, what it's going to cost and what we're going to need to do. But that takes time to do that also. So I just, you know, throwing that out there, you know.
And I'm totally in support of that. I'd like to see, if we're going to do that, I'd like to see a study on it being done on fire rescue vehicles or just emergency vehicles in general, right?
So, and my hope is, as a part of strategic planning, that with regard to green energy in total, that would be a part of the, like, not just cars, but our buildings and like the whole thing. So,
If I can say, from the fire department standpoint, we are not opposed to an electric vehicle. The hope was for me to try it out first because it is not an emergency response vehicle. The problem that we had in the past, and this is according to our mechanic that's worked with these, is the Ford F-150 Lightning, they didn't have enough 12-volt power to run the radios, the lights, all that stuff. The F-150 Police Responder Lightning, now in 2025, they upgraded the 12-volt system. We're more comfortable now saying, we think it'll be fine. Our mechanic has not seen one yet. So he's like, I can't, you know, they're probably good, don't know for sure. And that was the goal, is let's do that with mine, see how it goes, and if we're good, we're golden. If the board decides, let's try this with our first response vehicle out of the station, we're gonna do what you say. $100,000 that I put in for when I had mine in there, the vehicle is $55,000 through my deal program. And then we figured however much it's gonna cost for station electric modifications and the emergency lighting package, the radios, all the stuff that is needed. $100,000 was a good number to think that we're gonna come in and not go over. So that's where we stand on the fire department.
And that's exactly what he just stated, is why I would want to see the study done on, because it's not the same, right? And we don't know. And I mean, you're saying the mechanic that we, you know, tried to get a kind of an idea, hasn't even seen it yet.
If you want to give me another $100,000 in carryover, I'll be more than happy to buy that vehicle.
Yeah, the only thing you left out in that list of items that would have to be spent or acquired was charging at your home, if this is gonna be the vehicle that you're driving home, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay. We're gonna wanna do that, and you're gonna need to work with consumers to have overnight charging set up so we can reimburse you for that
And
charging overnight.
I guess one of the questions I have, and this might not be the best place for it, but would I actually need that at my house for my take-home vehicle? Or would the battery be fine enough that I leave here with a fairly fully charged battery?
Yeah.
And
That
I
would be
got a
fine,
weekend
too.
at home?
Yeah.
Yeah, might not need it.
There's benefits, and we can talk about it.
Okay.
But for the most part, you would be more than fine if you left here charged up.
oh, okay.
I charge my F-150 Lightning once every 8 days.
All right, good conversation. It's 6:54. Thank you, Chief. We're going to go ahead and take a short 6-minute break. Well, let's not do that. Let's take a 10-minute break and we'll reconvene at 7:05. All righty, it's now 7:06. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Rich, are we all set? Kenji, all set? All right, great. We're going to have to pick up more conversation on the draft budget details. But first, before we do that, let's move on to item number 8, which is public comment on consent agenda or non-regular session items. Is there anyone here wishing to make public comment on an item that is not part of the regular session or is a part of, yeah, go ahead, please approach the podium, and if you'd be kind enough to share your name with us, it'd be great.
Good evening. My name is Katie Schneider. I'm an Oshtemo resident, I'm an Oshtemo business owner, and I'm also an Oshtemo farmer. I'm here to raise awareness again on the battery energy storage system, or BESS, being proposed for Oshtemo. I understand this board is very into green energy, but I do ask that all of you start to put a little bit of investigation into what's going on in the communities around us. On August 14, 2025, startup developer New Edge Power presented their project to the Planning Commission. While the minutes were briefly noted that they were applicants, they did not reflect the many questions and serious concerns raised that night. Since then, residents have repeatedly asked township staff for details of New Edge's application. Staff continue to say they have none, leaving the public in the dark. Chief McComb may actually want to look into this himself and think about the budget that he has when this BESS arrives here. Across Michigan, BESS facilities are spreading at an unsustainable pace, consuming farmland and moving dangerously close to homes and schools. This rush for developer subsidies echoes the Dust Bowl, while the short-term incentives drove overproduction with long-term consequences. Nearby communities like Bangor, Decatur, and Comstock are already facing backlash over these projects. Oshtemo will be no different unless we act now. The land across the street from us has already been leased for energy projects, and these projects move quickly to start. This is why I'm here tonight to urge the board to take immediate steps. Stop turning a blind eye to the Oshtemo BESS development that is coming. Direct the Planning Commission to adopt a compatible renewable energy ordinance, also referred to as a CREO. This is the only way Oshtemo can keep a seat at the table. Without one, state regulators at the MPSC will decide everything for us. I would also urge you to engage with Attorney Porter. He is very knowledgeable about BESS law, and he can definitely guide Oshtemo into developing protections quickly. Oshtemo residents are not standing by. Quite a few of us are already organizing an awareness movement with the new website and social media presence to share the facts and dangers of this project. This room will not remain empty, and you should check with the other township halls around you that have BESS projects coming. Oshtemo families deserve transparency and protection. Please act now before our township loses its voice entirely. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present wishing to make public comment? Any hands raised online, Rich? No? Okay. This time we'll close public comment. We'll move into item 9, our consent agenda, which is the meeting minutes from September 23rd and the receipts and disbursement report. Is there any member of this body wishing to remove an item from the consent agenda? If no, I'd entertain a motion.
I move we approve the consent agenda, items A and B as presented.
Second?
Motion by trustee Sikora and a second by trustee Ford. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Next, we move to item 10, a resolution for Hispanic Heritage Month. This was requested by trustee Chapman, but I would invite someone who wished just to share this resolution read the resolution into the,
Being the father of a Hispanic young lady and the grandfather of 2 Hispanic children, I would be happy to read this into the record.
thank you, Attorney Porter, certainly.
Resolution in support of Hispanic Heritage Month, October 14, 2025. Whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month, celebrated annually from September 15th to October 15th, serves as an opportunity to recognize the histories, cultures, and profound contributions of American citizens with ancestral ties to Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, Central and South America. And whereas the observance was first established in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week, under President Lyndon B. Johnson and was subsequently expanded to a month-long observance by President Ronald Reagan in 1988. And whereas the Hispanic community possesses a significant and enduring history within the United States, having been fundamentally involved in the nation's establishment, development, and prosperity. And whereas the Hispanic community has contributed immeasurably to American society across diverse fields, including government, business, science, sports, and the arts, and remains an essential and dynamic component of the nation's narrative, and whereas it is both appropriate and necessary to formally acknowledge the richness of Hispanic culture and the manifold ways in which it has enriched the lives of all Americans, now therefore be it resolved that Oshtemo Charter Township formally expresses its support for Hispanic Heritage Month and extends an invitation to all citizens to engage with and benefit with the various events and activities commemorating this period of recognition.
Support.
Jim's not.
Oh, you didn't move
Yeah, we
before you
need a
read that? I'm
motion.
sorry. I
So
can't, I just
moved.
read it.
Support.
Thank you.
The motion was by trustee
Ford.
Ford, support by trustee Chapman. This is a roll call vote. Clerk Farmer, please.
Yes, trustee Sikora?
Yes.
Trustee Cole?
Yes.
Trustee Ford?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
I vote yes. Treasurer Bushka?
Yes?
Supervisor Bell?
Yes,
The resolution is adopted, 7-0.
thank you.
And again, as a parent of a Hispanic child and a grandparent of 2 Hispanic young boys, thank you.
It's an important time to feel community. Next, we have a presentation by our HR Director, Sarah Feaster, on some staff recognitions.
Hi, good evening. So tonight, we would like to recognize milestone anniversaries for a number of our employees here. Some are with us this evening. We recognize work anniversaries monthly at our staff meetings, every year that those occur. But at the board meeting, we like to recognize the milestone anniversaries, which are 5-year anniversary increments. I have a handful of them, which is great. Love to see a lot of these, and that just means that we're retaining good talent. So I would like to get started, and as I'm working through this, I will, what I have here is a certificate for each employee, noting their years of service this year in 2025, and then I would invite their supervisor to say a few words about that employee, if they would. So first up, we have Michael Augustine, and Michael is here with us tonight. He is celebrating 5 years of service this year in 2025.
Michael is joined by his wife Michaela, his daughter Ella. He also works for a Chrisman company who builds fire stations. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Anna Horner. She is celebrating 5 years in 2025. So,
Yeah, I can say a couple of words about Anna Horner, our amazing Public Works Director. We are a very lucky community to have someone as passionate and knowledgeable about not only her work as an engineer, but also about her community. So congratulations on 5 years, Anna. I'm glad you're with us.
all right, next up we have James Gonzalez. James is celebrating 5 years this year as well, and he started here as a resident intern in 2020.
Yay!
James isn't here.
Thank you, James. All right. Next up, we have Jared Spalina. He's celebrating 5 years here as well. He is a paid-on-call firefighter.
Jared is also, he is the first person that we've had that's gone to medical school who is still able to make his hours to stay in the fire department.
Wow.
He's squeaking by, but he is doing it and he's figured it out, so congratulations to him. We'll have a full-fledged doctor on our scene soon.
All right, next up, we have Charlie Sullivan. Charlie has been here 5 years as well in 2025. He started as a paid-on-call firefighter and is now a full-time firefighter.
Apologize, Charlie couldn't be here either.
All right, and then the last 5-year anniversary is Sarah Feaster, that's me. I'm celebrating 5 years this year too, and it's been a great 5 years.
Oh, wait a minute, I can say something about Sarah Feaster. Again, Oshtemo is lucky to have a very high level of talent in our HR director, Sarah Feaster, who is about to be recognized as a leader in her field in 2026, being the president of Karma, which is their professional association, which is actually kind of a really big deal. There's a lot of HR folks in this region that are a part of that. It's a big group. Not only that, but Sarah, not only is she almost always in a really pleasant mood, even if she doesn't say it out loud, she is always responsive, very pleasantly, is a tremendous hard worker, almost always get things done before you ask. And so Sarah, thank you very much for 5 years and being, standing next to me as we get through the day-to-day at the township.
Thank you, Sherry. I'm happy to stand next to you. All right, next up, we have Christine Biddle. She is celebrating 10 years in 2025. Oh, yeah, I can give this to you. Sorry, just stacking them up there. There you go.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, don't walk away. Christine teaches me something new about assessing every time I have the opportunity to work with her. She is a consummate professional and a perfectionist to a significant degree. She runs her department with a high level of integrity, and in her profession as the assessor, that is absolutely integral in making sure that we are doing things accurately for the residents of our community. And again, another person that is always in a good mood. I don't think I've ever seen Christine not in a good mood, so thank you for 10 years to the township.
Thanks, Christine. All right, next up, another 10-year, we have Greg Wall. Greg Wall is one of our paid-on-call firefighters. Chief has a speech that he's going to give at the end. All right, 10 years also to Brian Tepper. He is one of our full-time firefighters. All right, 15 years. We have Amanda Kurtz. She is one of our paid-on-call firefighters as well.
Wow.
Another 15-year, we have Adam Bennett. I believe Adam started as a paid-on-call firefighter and is one of our full-time firefighters, also the president of the union here. And last up, we have a big one. We have Jim Wiley, who's here with us tonight, celebrating 45 years of service.
This one I've got a speech for. Tonight I have the privilege of recognizing several members of the Oshtemo Township Fire Department who have reached significant service milestones. Each of these anniversaries represents years of commitment, sacrifice, and dedication to the community. I'm losing my voice. I must not talk enough. But before I name them all, I want to start with the one that truly stands out, Assistant Chief Jim Wiley, who this year marks 45 years of service. To put that into perspective, when Jim first joined the fire service in 1980, things looked a lot different, and not just here, but across the country. That same year, the Kalamazoo tornado tore through downtown, causing major destruction and loss of life. Firefighters then worked with limited technology, basic radios, and turnout gear that would make today's firefighters cringe. In the fire service nationally, we were just starting to standardize training, move toward the NFPA codes that we still rely on today, and slowly expand the role of the fire department into EMS and rescue. For Jim to have served through 4.5 decades of that kind of change through new equipment, new training, new standards, an entirely different world of emergency response says a lot about who he is. He's adapted, mentored, and led through every evolution our profession has seen. His institutional knowledge and leadership are woven into the very fabric of this department. Jim, on behalf of all of us, past, present, and future, thank you for your 45 years of service to the Oshtemo Township Fire Service as a whole. do want to finish out, each one of these milestones represents hundreds of hours of training, countless emergency responses, sleepless nights, missed holidays, and time away from family, all in service to this community. Our department's strength doesn't come from trucks, tools, or technology. It comes from the people behind them. Every name that you've heard tonight on our list contributes to those who are and what we stand for: professionalism, teamwork, and service above self. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you all for giving us the opportunity to recognize some of the awesome staff we have here, and we'll look forward to this again in 2026. Thanks again.
Thanks, Sarah. Oh, shoot. Next on our agenda, that I had open, here we go, is item number 12, which is a recommendation from the Hardship Advisory Review Committee. Anna, would you mind speaking to this?
Just as a reminder, we call it HARC, but the Hardship Advisory Review Committee was started in 2020 with the upcoming sewer expansion projects and the mandatory connections being reinstated. It was a way to help employees or residents have another option for financing their private side connection. So from the right-of-way to their home or to their existing septic system. So the committee hasn't met in a few years, but we did have 2 applications this year. We met once and talked through both of the applications. One was complete enough that it was moved forward and recommended by the group to the township board for approval. The second one, we needed additional information. And I know our Public Works Project Manager, Zach, has been able to contact that resident and get that information, so we anticipate another meeting in a few weeks when we can coordinate all the schedules, because that has been a feat. So tonight in front of you, we are on behalf of the HARC, just helping them recommend to the board that we approve the one application. The money is in the budget already. Again, I want to just highlight that the committee does a lot of time to go through the applications and all the detailed information and ask questions. We want to be cognizant of everybody's privacy and the circumstances that they're in. So this is a form that we've created to try and just put the recommendation to the board forward. So anyway, our HARC committee chair is also here as well as Trustee Sikora. So if there's any questions from that perspective, he could add that. But we are going to work, the HARC applicants actually provide quotes. So we will use their preferred contractor to get this connection done. We still anticipate we can get it done this year. And then essentially they'll get set up through their winter tax bill and an installment payment plan for that. And this applicant in particular showed up to the meeting, was very grateful.
Yeah, he was
for the opportunity.
terrific.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think really exemplifies what the program was set up for. So I think that was a great case.
So do we need a motion to approve this expenditure? Okay. Do we have any questions? Okay, there's no questions.
I'll make the motion to approve the recommendation of the HARC Committee.
Support.
Motion by Trustee Chapman, support by Trustee Sikora. Is there any discussion on the motion? Any public comment on this item? No public comment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next, item 13, discussion and consideration of the 2026 early voting agreement, and I believe Clerk Farmer, this is you.
Yes. This is timely because I already put the numbers in the budget, so.
Yes, you did, and I asked about it
Yes.
too.
And it was a good question. The question was, why would it be so much more expensive this time around than the last time? And it was because there were many grants that were available from the state of Michigan to accomplish early voting for 2024, and those grants are no longer in place. So we would have the full cost. But really, the takeaway from my request isn't just the cost, because I estimated that we could do it in-house for somewhere around 39,000. But even at that number, I can't do it because I don't have dedicated staff to complete the work. So really, the cost would be, 100 and whatever thousand for a new staff person, which we don't have. But in addition, we had 1,900 people who took advantage of early voting out in the community, and I stand firm that that is the best bang for our buck that we're getting for service to our residents, so that they can accomplish early voting while they're doing other things out in the community. And I'm happy to answer any questions or talk about any aspect of this that you'd like.
There's no significant changes to the program. I know some communities decided not to participate.
Some have gone and, because I think like Comstock is partnering with Charleston and maybe Galesburg. So we have had some people, that is an increased cost to us when Comstock pulled out. But it still remains, I think, the best value of dollars spent.
I, as someone who worked several of the days as a precinct chairperson with early voting, it was a wonderful, mostly wonderful experience, except for one little thing. But anyway, we won't go. Plus, someone took my phone home during afterwards. But anyway, overall, it was a really good experience. And one thing, as a worker, I found exceptionally well. The opportunity was to talk to people who were election workers in other jurisdictions and find out little things. Well, how do you do this? This is the way we do it over here. And just to learn more about how other areas do certain things and get ideas back on how things can be done in our own precinct as an election worker here. So I totally support this from a community standpoint, and definitely as a worker, potential worker, if I could work again. But this is a great program, and I think it's important for us to do for everyone in the community, larger community, so that they have another option of where and when they can vote. It's just a great idea. I totally support it.
I support it as well. I'm curious. You said 1,900. What, is there a reason, I guess, that you're aware of that people would do the early voting versus the absentee ballots?
That is a much bigger question than I can probably answer. But some folks prefer to put the
Physically
ballot
see
through
it
the
go.
tabulator.
Okay.
Yeah, where absentee voting, they don't get to see that because that happens on election day.
Okay. I was just curious. That makes sense now.
I can also just share one experience. I was working at the Portage Parks and Rec building, and it was on Sunday. I think it started on Saturday, and I think I was working the Sunday, Monday, or anyway. People were coming because they were going to the library right next door at Portage, and they're like, "Oh, I saw the early voting sign," so I just walked over there, and it was like so convenient, and they had it done, and they went on with their day. So it was great to have that as another method for people to find that they can do that and work it into their day rather than, "Oh, I'm just too busy," or whatever. Having the weekend days, I thought was very helpful.
Yeah, thank you for that. I
Attorney
support it.
Porter has reviewed this, I presume?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And so I think we need a motion, if so desired, to authorize the clerk to sign this agreement.
Dusty, do you want to do that, or I'll do it?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the early voting agreement and authorize Clerk Farmer to sign it.
I'll support that.
Motion by Clerk Farmer, support by Trustee Sikora. Is there any board discussion on the motion? Is there any public comment on this item? No public comment on this item. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Let me get back to my agenda here. All right. Item 14, the big stuff, continued discussion and consideration of the draft budget. We have Public Works Director with us, Anna Horner, if you would be so kind as to go ahead and lead the charge on the funds that you manage.
I tabbed this out, so hopefully I can get there quickly. We're gonna start on page 15. So page 15 is the general fund, but the middle three numbers being 441, that's the public works portion of the general fund. I kind of summarize it to say that that's the non-motorized portion of our funds. So over time, we've slowly rolled things into the road fund, or mostly the road fund when it was created. But, so we're really left with some of the non-motorized components of the Public Works Department. So there's no revenue specifically to go through, except we do collect sidewalk inspection fees, and I just learned how to do this week, and so we're gonna be better at tracking collecting sidewalk inspection fees. So maybe we'll have some extra revenue from that this year. I think the standard things are the salaries, FICA, and the pension plan, tools and supplies. We have this in each, we kind of keep this split evenly between all of our funds. There are, especially with the new GPS, when we are inspecting sidewalk, I think it would be helpful to have some, what I'm going to call lath, but wooden stakes, and some other equipment to help us do that and leave, some field evidence of what the contractor might need to fix, or we just had a path put in and we needed to mark out where it was out of compliance for ADA. It would have been really helpful to have some spray paint for that kind of stuff. So, and then the next line is consultants. You'll see the various projects we have under that item. Some of them are kind of routine, like the general civil engineering and the GIS services. Some of them are project-specific, like the West Main Street, 7th Street crossing and design. You might remember when we adopted the new brownfield TIF policy, one of the categories was non-motorized, and then a developer could, some of the capture could be spent on completing their non-motorized requirements, and so for example, right across the street, the developer was required to put in their portion in front of their or along their frontage of the path, but then we are going to complete that path to 7th Street, and there's a little tiny gap section in front of On Target and the golf services in between that driveway from like Denisio's to where the path was just installed. So kind of start that design work. I don't expect it will be built next year, but this is just to start to get some layouts with talk to MDOT about how we could have one of those medians and maybe some pedestrian flashing beacons if you're familiar with those. So we're going to start working on that. Ordinance updates, that is really related to following the master plan, the conversation about the requirements for when non-motorized is installed, making sure that we're keeping up with our asset management plan and doing inventory inspections, and looking if we need to design anything to fix some of those things, as well as have a more robust conversation about maintaining sidewalk from the winter aspect. We have it in there from more of a capital. We need to cut out some of the overgrowth and resurface paths, but we need some of that more, what I call routine maintenance, done on our facilities. And then a little bit just if the opportunity presents itself to do some land acquisition for non-motorized. It very often happens, again, that somebody's required to design sidewalk in between their parcel lines, and then there's a power pole right on the other side of the property line, and we really don't want to have to remove in a few years and design around that. So having some funds to design some sidewalk as we have the opportunities just makes us a little more agile and more prepared. I don't know if there's any questions on those. Some other items, again, IT tools and supplies, we've been trying to be consistent across all the public works funds and spread that out. Again, some of the tools and the IT tools and supplies, Zach, you might have to help me on this one, but I know, again, we're trying to look at some of the software that we can use to do some of our assessments if we need to. Again, we have the GPS, but we have to keep up with the software for that. We have an iPad. I'm not expecting to need a new one anytime soon, but it does have the programs on it that we need to keep up with. Engineering fees are, again, kind of related to non-motorized. I don't know if there's a specific project in the 8,200. Oh, that's what we did after we met yesterday with Sherry. So the engineering fees and consultant fees can kind of be lumped together. We use engineering consultants. It's just over time, they were put into two different lines. I'll blame the accountant for this, that they have all these extra specific lines. It's actually the chart of accounts, not the accountant. But, so we are proposing combining those things. So all those projects I described actually fall in between both the engineering fees, 55,000, and the 20,000 for consultant. And will just be one GL line, if that makes sense. And then some of these, again, are blank because we had them in previous budgets, but have moved them to the appropriate place, and BSNA prints it that way. So we don't have internal legal fees anymore, where those are under salaries. Mileage, we haven't been charging for, and storm sewer cost is now in the road fund. Capital outlay, I think we've expressed this with the board too, is that was, after we did the non-motorized asset management plan, put in there to keep up with the recommendations from it. We did start to do that in 2024. There is no activity to date, but like most capital projects, they come in one big jump. So we do anticipate still spending some of that fund this year. We have to get the bridge in front of Megabev, that's a part of our non-motorized path, inspected by a certified bridge inspector. And we are also working on doing some maintenance on the shared use path along West Main on the south side where Tulsma is coming in, so kind of by latitude 42. We're trying to see the economies of scale and the efficiencies of them already having a contractor out and just doing a longer stretch. So there will be some maintenance work there. We haven't picked specific segments for next year, but I know there are some low-hanging fruit like 9th Street from Flesher, 9th Street from Flesher Field to Stadium is one that I think is like the #1 project we need to get done. I'm not even sure what material it is anymore, but it's a nice cobbled remnants of a path at one point. So since we're gonna have the sidewalk north of that on 9th Street as well, north of Stadium, it will be important to get that connection done to the Flesher Field and the new Fruit Belt Rail Trail, because I'm saying the whole name correctly now. So then Public Works, we might be the only ones that do this, but we use the alpha codes at the end under capital outlay to delineate between specific projects. So the first one being MNDRDR is non-motorized Drake Road, I guess. But that's the segment of Drake Road from KL to Stadium where we need to cross Amtrak. We have TAP funds for that, so as a reminder, that's Transportation Alternative Program. That goes through the MDOT project cycle, if you will, and it's prescribed every year. It's about an 18-month process. So I'm not anticipating that even if Amtrak came in tomorrow and completed their segment, that we could get the project built in 2026. So this is to get us through any design, and then we would be ready to build it in 2027. Again, their process is just really lengthy for the review of right-of-way easements, the federal clearances, going through specs and estimates, et cetera. MNDRHA, we should have made a game out of this to make everybody guess what these are. This is H Avenue. Drake Road, H Avenue, which is from the roundabout at Drake and H. It's actually 3 parcels to the west on the south side of H to where the Westport Village, is that the right one? Westport Village development starts. So before they could go to their next phase of development, it was a condition of their approval to get their portion of the non-motorized done. And so we are going to be matching up with that so that we can get all the way to Drake, and then somebody could connect to the broader system north. And then there is a paved shoulder on Drake, and then some sidewalk picks up by the school on the other side. That's not our side. So there are a few connections there that are really important. That is for construction. We have easements, 2 of the easements required. We applied for our lease because we're going to be crossing a consumer's energy parcel, and then we have 1 more easement from a commercial business to get. Oh, it says on the next page, construction of an 8-foot HMA path. That would have given it away. All right, no points for that guessing. The next one is non-motorized KL Avenue. This is for all of KL Avenue, but we're on to phase 2, which is from the west side of the bridge to Copper Beach, if you went to school in my day, but now it is the Paddock Apartments. And again, because we have a great grant for this project, but it goes through that MDOT cycle. And so assuming we can get through all the design, because a portion of that is in water and we're going to be building a boardwalk, I would not recommend trying to bid it in June. So we would try to bid it towards the end of the year and construct in 2027. So that gets us through the rest of the design, easement acquisition, and right up until we need to start construction. The next one is Parkview Avenue, Vienna to the 131 bridge. So this was started when the Road Commission did the roundabouts at 11th and 12th Street. We didn't have all the easements that we needed to include it in their project, but we had incorporated as much as we could within the right-of-way. So a lot of it has been shaped and graded, if you will, but we need to come back and pave the piece between 11th and 12th, and then we would like it to connect all the way to Drake, which is over a bridge, and there's a huge embankment when you get to the east side of that bridge, and there's a consumer's energy substation there. And so we're still working through the design with the Road Commission on that little segment, so that we don't have to build a whole nother hill. And hopefully we can have kind of the separated facility that's widely accepted with the bollards that are there now, continue all the way to Drake. And then Stadium to Quail Run. This is currently my favorite project because it's out to bid. So this is the 9th Street sidewalk on the west side of 9th Street, Stadium to Quail Run. The construction cost is much more than this. However, the TAP grant doesn't actually flow through our revenue, so it just goes, when the contractor gets paid, MDOT will pay a portion with the grant funds, and then we'll do our matching portion. So the project is quite a bit more than this, but this shows our portion for construction, engineering, actual construction, and then the Road Commission overhead that we will have to apply to the total construction cost. So the good news is that is on a November letting. We call it a letting in MDOT world, where where they're going to open bids is the first Friday of November. And keep your fingers crossed so that they will be able to have plenty of time to award the contract through the winter, and then we can start first thing in the spring. We have all the easements for that project. The utilities have already been contacted for relocating. I anticipate it will take 6, maybe 8 weeks to get that project done. So hopefully we can be in and out of there. Did you have a question, Trustee Sikora? Okay. And we can't change these alpha codes. We're set once we pick them, so no suggestions. The non-motorized, Stadium to 9th Street, is that how we did that? SST 9? Oh, south side of Stadium, we were getting very fancy with this one, south side of Stadium. 2 is the T, 9th. And so that was another TAP grant that we got. And it's actually not going to be funded until 2028, but those projects take a long time. They usually involve acquiring right-of-way, so we are starting in 2026 to start laying out where it will go, look at utility conflicts, again, start looking at easements and things like that. And last but not least is our White Gate non-motorized connector. This is from about halfway up 11th Street, north of Stadium. Take a little jog to the left on West Michigan, and then you would head north up White Gate. It was quite challenging to design that. I think we're still trying to get through some of the details on stormwater. Again, I think I've explained it before, we're usually the last entity to come in with the sidewalk projects. And so we're sometimes trying to manage challenges of the past. And so we are working through those design pieces, and we'll get as soon as we get our permit for that project from the road commission, we'll be able to construct that segment. On page 17, there is appropriations for 101-506-97600. We're not using the 506 anymore as Public Works, so that is just the same GL line, except instead of 506 in the middle, it's 441, and it's been included up above. Makes when you're printing these reports a lot easier to find. So this is a whole page that will be gone from the budget next time you see it. Because there's no money in 2025 or 2026, so it's just getting carried over in BSNA. Any questions about the non-motorized projects?
Thanks for sticking with it, Anna.
Yeah.
It never fails to surprise me how long it takes to get through all the steps to get these facilities built.
Yeah, and we tried to take the rose-colored glasses off a little bit and be really realistic, because otherwise we end up having, at the end of the year, to put a whole bunch of money back and carry over, and then try the next year. And so we felt like this was a more accurate budget to be realistic about those two projects with the MDOT process that won't happen until 2027.
Two things. One, this is great to see on the public web map. You can follow along these projects. This is what I'm looking at here. Which brings the second thing, the question of what is the road commission project on West Michigan, 11th Street to Drake Road? That's on our map.
Say it again?
Project West Michigan Avenue limits West Michigan Avenue, 11th Street to Drake Road, chip seal and fog seal. Is that for the bridge area?
They probably wouldn't, they would probably gap out the bridge. You end up with a lot more requirements if you do anything to a bridge deck. I would guess, does it show what year it's for?
No.
I'm gonna guess it's next.
To be determined.
Okay.
TBD.
So currently that's the detour
Right, that's
for
what I was
KL. So I'm gonna guess that's an upcoming project that is gonna get done right when the traffic can be redistributed again. But that's the only thing I can think of at this point about it.
That makes sense if you've ever driven it.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, it's in bad shape. But the bridge itself, of course, is also needs repairing too, because it's part of the,
That's an MDOT bridge.
yeah. But I mean, I'm just pointing, I'm waving at our road commission liaison there. I hope you're working on this as a bigger project with MDOT too, to get that whole thing fixed, since we have used it for the detour. So anyway, that's enough.
Yeah, I have not looked at the bridge inspection. So I believe it's every 5 years, bridge inspections have to get done. So if there wasn't one done recently, it will be upcoming. I think that is going to be an interesting corridor to look at when a big investment comes, because my historical understanding of it was not that it was going to be a main corridor in perpetuity, but now that the Costco is there, it gets way more use. So we definitely also need to be involved when that does happen, because we want to make sure the non-motorized facilities will be in there. And whether we're working with MDOT or the Road Commission, we're, usually the ones that have to help facilitate some of that happening.
Well, and in particular, I'm just making mention of the bridge because, as I recall, that's where someone was picking up pieces and throwing it at traffic.
Yep.
So it's a serious safety issue. Anyway.
Yeah, so MDOT, while the detour is active, I believe they go out there like every week and check to see where the bridge is spalling, if you will, and make sure there aren't large chunks of concrete so that people don't throw them or a car kicks them up, whatever might happen. But I definitely, MDOT has mentioned at CATS that they are monitoring that until the detour is over. And there is a new road funding bill, so let's get to the road fund.
204, which is page 31.
So starting on page 31, under estimated revenues, not too many, but we do currently levy 1.25 mills for the road fund. I wrote down from the audit last year, we have about 1.1 million. And so we're earning some good interest. And then it's my understanding that in the current property tax line, so 204,000,40200, that's also accounting for the Second Street special assessment payments. So we helped facilitate those residents being able to do that because we had the road fund and the balance to do that and give them a favorable interest rate. So it's a 6-year term, and 2026 will be the first year that that revenue starts coming in. Getting into appropriations, there's the salaries, FICA and pension, tools and supplies. We have, again, put a third of the cost between the road, sewer, and water fund. So we are looking at a $60,000 vehicle. I don't care how it runs. Our only request, and this was actually Greg Fountain's idea, was that it needed to be big enough because Zach is very tall. And he was saying that we had to make sure that it was, could accommodate.
It's a Fiat 500.
So, and then the other portion of that is for a new speed trailer, 50% of it coming from the road funds. I don't know if we've talked much.
50% from police.
Yep. I don't know if we've talked much about this, Sherry. The new
Yeah,
speed trailer.
it's on my list of things to discuss with
Okay.
the board, so it can wait.
Okay. IT tools and supplies, and it was noted to us that we need to detail out the blue line for every software. So for example, in this road fund for IT tools and supplies, we have our AutoCAD license renewal, and we are looking or interested in having some traffic modeling software as well. So you might remember that we applied for a grant from the county to do some scenario planning, and we would like to be able to take that in-house. Our new traffic engineer, our township engineer, Sharon, has that expertise. That's her background. And so we can actually get the data from MDOT, they will share that, or from other traffic studies that have been done by developers, and start building our own database, and then we can help understand future road connections and managing traffic on some of the roads that are identified through our master plan of not wanting to just keep widening them. So there was some nuances to how we got that license, how many seats it had, that kind of stuff. So that was the other program in there. Professional fees, again, I want to highlight that that's gone down significantly because we are anticipating we can do some of this work in-house now with Sharon's expertise in education. So we still have the Atlantic project to finish up. That's the parcel the DDA bought, Happy Tales, between Stadium and Atlantic Parkview, to complete that design work. We have our match for the Drake Road West Main corridor analysis. We did meet with MDOT and the city of Kalamazoo to start working on the scope for that project. I still am passionate about an Act 51 advocacy group. There are some bills in the hopper. Is that what, that's probably not the right term. Hopper is probably a real term and I'm using it incorrectly. But there's some bills being proposed that we need to get some people to sponsor. And so I've been trying to track those, and I think there's some real opportunities, again, with some of the changes that are coming in funding, that we could definitely need to have a seat at the table with MTA and some of our other partners in the area. And then the master plan opportunities and access management, again, that is so that when these opportunities come before staff and we know they're identified from the master plan that's been adopted by the board, that we can make sure that they come to fruition, or we've at least seen the feasibility of them coming to fruition so that we don't miss that opportunity. Somebody builds a house right where we could have made a connection in between two huge developments or something like that. So just some proper planning. Audit fees.
Anna, do you happen to know the bills that are in the hopper? Do you happen to?
Not off the top of my
Okay,
head.
that's fine.
my head.
Would you be able to provide any kind of information that you have on those if you've been tracking them to the board, and just, even if it's just the bill numbers?
Sure.
I'd like to
Yep.
get involved.
It doesn't go as far as we'd like.
Yeah, I have no idea what it is.
Yeah.
So the next one I want to highlight is the streetlight operations. We are kind of jumping that up next year. Again, I think it was mentioned, electric costs are going up. We are converting lights that use less energy, but we are also adding quite a few. So that's kind of our estimate right now. Zach has been working with consumers to also restructure our number of bills. We have like 20-something of them. So it will be way easier to follow this moving forward because they're all kind of separated right now. You know, some are going to different departments, so hopefully that will be a much better process in the future. The next two are new lines. So the maintenance services is snow removal. Again, this was our estimate that we got from talking to a few different contractors. They really emphasized it depends on how you set up the contract of per snow event or a lump sum, but this was based on how many miles in the winter of '26 of non-motorized, of shared use paths and sidewalks along major arterials that all connect, that we would want to have snow removal done. And
Is that the per year cost, Anna, or is that the per snow? That's the per year?
yeah. I'm sorry, it's per year.
Yeah.
Yep. So, I mean, I think some of them estimated, you know, you could have 15 snow events, but some of them said, how often do you want to get out there? Do you want to be out there 24 hours after a snow event? So we would have to fine tune those details, and this was the average from the different contractors that Zach talked to. We had one local Oshtemo business that was really, I'll say genuine in their support of helping us structure the contracts and understand the different options that we were, because we're not in the snowplow business, so he was kind of explaining these are the pros and cons of the different ways of setting up a contract,
Right,
even if we
you don't
didn't
know
go with
what's gonna
them.
happen. It's
Yeah.
Kind of you're
Yep.
rolling the dice. I
And
do
so
it every year, too.
he was trying to say, like, if this is your priority, then this is how I would structure the contract. And again, it wasn't even that necessarily if we went with him, he was just trying to help us understand what we were asking for.
Yeah.
So that's always appreciated. Storm sewer costs, like I mentioned, it doesn't show anything in the past years, but that's because we moved it over from the general fund. We do own a few parcels that have storm water on them, so it's for that intent. And then capital outlay streetlights. This one is what we've been budgeting year over year. The 2024, or 2025 looks a little funky. And some of that is just an accounting thing. We had this time where they weren't billing us, and then they sent us a big bill. We actually paid it in 2025, but I think it got put back on 2024 when all the end of the year adjustments were done. So we don't expect to spend any more this year. That's why the activity's still lower than the amended budget, but I think that's what happened. So you can see in 2024 activity, we spent right around $40,000, and that's, we had a few more this year that we did, again, related to some of the other projects we had coming up. So 9th Street, if you drive down it right now, you can't really tell what's different, but it's the streetlight poles, and there's quite a few more of them. And if you drive down at night, you can definitely tell. So we did a few extra projects this year where we knew we were coming in with other infrastructure. So it is not the plan to change that. For 2026, capital outlay for roads. We have been budgeting $500,000 every year since the road fund started for preventative maintenance. Our costs have actually been coming in around $400,000. And so, because we overmatch par, what the road commission calls par, that stayed status quo for the last few years, but I'm not sure what's going to change with the new funding. I listened to the road commission's meeting last week, and it was estimated that they're going to see an increase in $9 million from the new road funding package, but they have not had a chance to dive into how that is going to be distributed in their budget. One thing I saw from the MTA newsletter updates that we get is that one of the changes might be that the local townships don't have to match dollar for dollar like we do now. I'm sure that will help different townships than Oshtemo that might not have a dedicated road fund, but that's really still keeping us up with our average cost per mile over the life cycle of a asphalt road. So we're gonna continue to do that. We would like to get the Bluffton-Rue Paul connection designed and maybe start construction next year. It will be a huge benefit for access management during the sewer project in that neighborhood, at least, if nothing else, for emergency vehicles, if we can have some kind of initial road through there for connection. So we put that in the budget. And then the, road connection easement acquisition, we've done a few of those at this point. We're working on one now for Seco Drive. So again, some of these master plan opportunities where we know we have a road that's gonna connect, we wanna purchase the land. And then, like I mentioned, Seco Drive, we're getting through the easement acquisition, so next year we need to do the design and survey. I don't feel like I'm moving very fast here.
Yeah, we got to move a little faster.
Okay, I guess then the other big change is the transfer to sewer. It's not changed from 2025, but the amount that would go towards debt service has changed. So in 2024, it was that 350 that the board has previously agreed upon to go towards debt service for sewer projects. And the 150 was for Chime Street, for the road portion of the Chime Street sewer project. I'm on page 33, like halfway through the page. We are now proposing the transfer to sewer for debt service is $500,000 total annually for 35 years. And that's going to lead me to the pink sheet that I dropped off for everybody.
I'm going to talk about this when I talk about the other things on my list, Anna. I'll just add this
Okay.
to the other things that the board needs to discuss, okay?
Okay. So the next page to go to for sewer. $71. The revenue is mostly collected on outstanding agreements or new connections, and then the surcharge that is put on the bills from the city of Kalamazoo and then bestowed to us. And the end of the revenue shows debt proceeds in the line ending in 69600. So this year, we have our phase 1 for 9.2. In 2026, we are estimating the remainder of the USDA for phase 2, which is just shy of 19.5, and Act 185 bonds of 15 million, which would be the Board of Public Works bonds. So, hefty number there. I recognize that. And then page 72 has the expenditures. I think I've been through most of them because they're, like I said, we're splitting them between all the funds. So I'll make sure we just jump down to page 73. And highlight that, majority of those expenditure or revenues are all going into construction costs. And I think we've talked to the board at length about the 3 neighborhoods with the most connections remaining that we would like to get done. How was that for quicker?
That was
Good?
great.
Okay.
It was awesome. So, in addition to his, great talent and fabulous personality, part of the reason I asked Josh to be here, in addition, for any questions you might have, is the fact that that phase 2 sewer bonds are in the budget. So if there was any questions about the accounting on that, I wanted to make sure that the right people were here to answer your questions. No questions? Okay. Oh, go ahead, Neil.
Not really a question specifically about this, but more of a general question. Do we have bills that are waiting to be paid due to the government shutdown in Washington?
We do have one. We talked about that today. We have the fund balance to pay it, essentially. So we're going to do that for our contractor. But, yeah, when we went to submit our next draw request, we got the email from our loan specialist that they were furloughed. But the supervisor has reached out to our other representatives and her contacts, so we are trying to understand what to do in this situation.
I saw Peter's response, I'm like, it's gonna take forever to explain.
The water fund is the next one on page 77. At the rate that we are spending down this fund, we could sustain 20 years of operations from it, or we will talk next year about how we, if there's any projects that we want to complete with those funds. So there's not much changing there. And then the HARC fund, I thought got in here. Ignore pages 80 and 81. We'll have to look at where that activity came from, Josh. Here's a note for you, because that fund we don't use anymore. Okay, I don't see HARC in this version, but we have funded HARC for the next year as well, for another $50,000. It has still a healthy fund balance. We just did 1 year of the transfer of $300,000, and we, in the CIP, monitor that the sewer fund still owes the HARC fund 2 more installments. And we expect those to ramp up here with the projects that we're completing.
All right, thank you, Anna. Does anybody have any questions for Anna?
Yes. When we've talked about in the past about other financing methods, that we were going to investigate, other sorts of bonds, how would something like that affect ongoing? Is it something we can use, theoretically would just use for future projects, or is it something we could refinance something, or how does that all work? How would we do that?
It might be more of a Josh question on the refinance side of things, but my anticipation would be for future expenditures. But I don't know if people refinance loans.
No.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of curious. I don't know how it all works, so I
Yeah.
just kind of.
And some of them have different conditions, like you can pay them off early with no penalty, that kind of stuff. So I think it's just looking at when we do the budget, look at the CIP every year, understand that they're living documents and that we have to keep optimizing our financial position. Like some of them are such low interest rates, I don't know that you'd want to pay them off or,
Right, yeah.
so.
Are we pursuing that? Are we going to be getting some information back about different financing options for these projects that are on here? You have asked, we gave you that feedback. I'm just kind of curious where that's at.
Yeah, I think,
Now that you don't have other things to do, I
don't
when we
think
have all
that's
these other
raised up
projects
yet.
that
Yeah,
we're talking
yeah,
about, we'd
we,
like to do,
when we did the CIP in Public Works, we started kind of looking at some projections, so I think just being in advance of the budget next year, we'll have to have those conversations with the board about the appetite, I guess, for debt and the other debt that might need to be taken on. So, yeah, there's definitely options out there, and again, it depends on how aggressive we want to be with getting some of the non-motorized done. It's pretty tricky to do it as a match for some of the projects that I just explained, but it would definitely speed up the process of getting other segments done moving forward. So, yep, that is something we can present to the board.
Yeah, I just didn't want it to get
Oh, no.
lost or pushed back. I realize this is current and more important, but I know we've had that discussion, and a lot of us, like at this end of the table, I think, or a dais or whatever, like, let's not keep putting these things off if we can find a way to do it. It's just getting, so I just kind of wonder where you were at with that. I think the board kind of gave a consensus, please investigate them and these other options and come back and go from there. So, thank you.
Yeah, I think timing-wise, we'll have to do that next year.
Thank you, Anna. Okay. So we have a mission tonight, and we have to get through to some agreement on a draft budget so Jim can move forward. And we have a number of other departments to go through, but I did create this memo that I shared with you, which are they're items that, almost all of them, I think with the exception of one position, are in the budget. And so I want to, so these currently live in the budget on this list, with the exception of the Community Development Director, but I wanted to just put that in front of you because I think it will be, I wasn't going to ask for it for 2026, but I want to put it on your radar because it could be something, a request for 2027. So some bigger ticket items that are in the budget are, Number one, in media and communications and public works, there's $10,000 for an SMS resident texting program. And so I think Public Works has learned with these bigger projects that putting things on the website and doing social media, adding this as another layer and more immediately being able to contact residents. So if there's a project going on down the street, these companies can narrow down on small areas and contact people via texting directly. So it's another way to reach our residents more quickly. And we thought that this might be good not only from the project side of things, but the general township side of things too. So when we're having events, we can text all our residents, hey, don't forget to make the event. So it's just a way to get to people quicker and more directly. There's been a request, and I think our biggest challenge tonight, after I get through this list, is going to be the parks budget. But there's been a request from the Oshtemo Historical Society for $15,000 for a match, for the township to participate in a match. They want to go for a grant to remodel the kitchen at the Drake House. There's also a new part-time position in the legal department. Sierra is more than at capacity, and not only that, but this would be administrative assistance in the legal department that will free up Sierra to do more higher order work in the legal department. Am I?
That's correct, yeah. With the additional staff that's been brought on and the additional projects that have been brought forward, we're tapped out. I think I have more flexibility with my time if I could get more administrative support. And I know she's doing everything she can within her ability to keep up with the work, but it's really gotten to the point where we need additional help. And in the past, just reminding the board, in the past, we had 1.5 FTEs. When she came on board in the transition, we said, well, let's wait and see what she can do. And she has surpassed all my expectations. But again, with additional workload, we're really maxed out. I haven't been able to prepare the final time reports that I normally do for the board, where you could actually read my timesheet. Right now, the only thing you can do if you want a time report is read my scribbled timesheet, because we have not been able to produce them. And there are other things in that category. We've had ordinances we're bringing forward that we've had in draft form for 4 months, 5 months.
Jim, I got a question for you on that position. Does that require a particular skill set from an administrative assistant since it's legal, or would the person that's doing the administrative assistant work at the front desk be able to do that work in your office if they had the capacity?
It would require some degree of skill, maybe beyond the normal administrative,
Okay.
but not to the level that Sierra would be at.
Got it. Okay. I'm just trying to understand when I'm looking at some of these new position requests about, is it a specialty position? Is it possible that, we can make that work with what we have in-house? We're looking at 20 hours per week, not an FTE. So I'm just trying to be a little creative with how we can alleviate some of that kind of a burden, I guess.
Yeah, we did not see an individual or person out there that could fill that spot internally.
Okay.
No one has the time.
Yeah, I mean, people are at and beyond capacity. So additionally, there's a request for a 32 hours per week for the building department administrative position. So in 2026, we brought on a person to serve the building department, the maintenance department, and the parks department. And she is tremendous. It has absolutely been unrealistic that somebody of that caliber can serve 3 departments. She's very conscientious about her quality of work, and I think I've shared with you some of the statistics around the amount of work in the building department. Our full-time person there it can't be just one full-time administrative person. And so the request is a person 32 hours per week. My thought was Monday through Thursday, 8 hours a day to help. And this is somebody that it would, hopefully, my vision would be that they aren't just answering the building department phone, that they're learning how to process permits and, so
And
that.
FOIAs, maybe.
And FOIAs, maybe. But, so that is in the budget as well. And then,
Excuse.
Yeah,
excuse me,
sure.
okay. So on your list, and I don't know where we're at on dealing with the list, did you say everything here is in the budget already?
almost everything.
Almost
I'll let you know if it's not.
Okay, because I didn't know whether you were looking for any kind of feedback on any of these from other board members, or.
Yeah, I am, for
At the
sure.
time you're going through, or you want to go back?
I thought
Wait.
I'd just run through them
Okay.
and then take feedback.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Because
I'm just trying to be.
That additional item too that I would like to see.
Okay.
But anyway, go ahead.
All right, you heard about the Public Works vehicle request. The assessing department has requested a vehicle. Right now, our Camry, at the recommendation of the maintenance director, the Parks Department needs its own vehicle, and the Camry kind of makes sense for that. IFA and others that are doing parks work are using that Camry a lot. Greg did a nice job of taking it and getting it assessed, and it's only got like 50,000 miles on it or something, I mean. 60. Yeah, it's got real low miles on it, it's an older vehicle, but we built into the budget $2,000 a year for maintenance for the Camry to keep it going. But what that means is that assessing doesn't have a vehicle, like Parks is in a vehicle all the time, and assessing doesn't often have a vehicle to drive. And so there's a request for the assessing department to have, a vehicle for them to go out and work in. And then the maintenance department, you've seen that in a couple of places. We are finally fully staffed in the maintenance department, so we could see the use of another full-size vehicle to do plowing and towing. We need another vehicle to be able to tow big equipment from parks and where they're maintaining paths and all that stuff. Another thing for the board that you need to consider is we identified as a pilot project adding a detective and 2 community policing officer positions. I need some feedback from you all if you want to continue staffing at that level. The speed trailer, so it says the speed trailer is actually $20,000. I didn't capture that whole thing, so 10,000 of it from Public Works and 10,000 of it from our police fund. Alan, our ordinance enforcement officer, went to above and beyond to try to get our speed trailer repaired so that it could, I think more time was spent on that trailer than that unfortunately didn't work out. And so the recommendation is just to purchase a new one so that we can use it, for speed control, but also have one sophisticated enough that it can capture data for Public Works. Our old one did, and I don't remember, Alan, what year is that speed trailer? How old is that?
2016 or 2017, I think.
And it was built as or it was purchased as a used model. And so essentially the brain of the thing, it no longer functions, and the cost to replace it is almost as much as buying a new trailer.
Hey, Sherry, I just have a quick question on that, because I didn't realize, I thought those were just for kind of deterrence of speed. So what information just goes in as far as how much fast people on average are driving, and that takes into account for the road commission on what the speed limit should be, or what information gets captured? And how do we use it?
Number of cars,
Yeah.
the actual number of cars that gets captured. I don't know if it captures their speed though, and records that. I'm not sure if that happens. Does it?
I mean, is that taken into account on whether the speed limit on that road is accurate or
Yeah.
what it should be?
The road commission wouldn't use a trailer that's that noticeable, but we used it before we did like the traffic calming project in Skyridge to test against their policy to make sure we weren't inadvertently making the speed go up. Because that's often what happens, is people request a speed study and don't realize that they use the 85th percentile only, and so that's motoring public speed, and then it goes up. So we use it from our own sense to help not have that predicament and be a resource for the residents to get accomplished what they're trying to do without inadvertently
Making it
doing the
worse.
opposite.
Yeah, got it, okay.
So yeah, it collects a lot of data. It has very good detailed reports that you can see in different views, the one that we had. But what I think we found is that they're even more sophisticated than that now. We could use them for pedestrians, all sorts of things.
So there's also some funding in here for, I don't know if anybody's noticed or not, but the level of our social media presence, not only Rich has definitely lifted it up too, our media and communications person, but also we had an intern named Hannah who took it to a whole new level. And the reality is if we want to keep that kind of interaction going, we're going to need to engage someone to continue that work. And so, that's just, and my goal is to share that between the township parks, and then also make a request of our partner group, Friends of the Park, to help support that work. But when Hannah is done with her internship here, that level of social media presence will go away. See here, planning and public works, this isn't two separate $45 or $45,000. Planning puts some funding, $45,000 in their budget for project management software, and then you heard Anna, I believe you're anticipating $10,000 as a part of that. Is that what I heard? Project management. I have 45 here, but I know that's not right. That's from,
Well, Public Works did not put the project management software in our budget currently. We are still vetting what we're going to use.
Okay.
I think there's the difference between project management software and site plan review software too
Okay.
that we're trying to
okay.
differentiate with. John just hosted a meeting about that.
So, yeah, so that is not in the budget then, is the line that says Public Works and other departments, project management software. What is in the budget is project management software for the planning department at $45,000. Also, and John, you're gonna have to help me, because our IT person's gonna have to help me. Also in the budget is $50,000 for a Laserfish cloud upgrade and a Microsoft consultant. Would you mind sharing with the board what those, why you're recommending those two things?
Yeah.
So the Microsoft consultant, the hope is to, we have Teams, it's a very powerful tool that we don't use hardly but for making phone calls and chatting with each other. So the idea would be to get a Microsoft consultant in. We already have one that we've selected. We can also change if we want. To build us a intranet within Teams, to set up channels within Teams for us to upload our data into the cloud, get it off our current server, and make it to where all the departments can collaborate better, easier, and just utilize the tools that, applications that are within Microsoft that we either don't know that we could be using or aren't using just because we don't know that they're there. I said the same thing twice, just differently.
So that's the Microsoft
in lieu of trying to find somebody to hire, to have on staff to do this, want to get a consultant that we're just used for one project, get me trained, get the township people trained, get the data moved up into the cloud, and call the project done.
And then Laserfish.
And so then Laserfish, we are 2 versions behind on Laserfish. We're running an older version that is on-prem, called on-prem. We are struggling to get good training from Laserfish because everything that they do free trainings on that we could be a part of is their cloud-based platform. So in talking with our vendor, they'd actually be willing to take and give us scholarships to go to their big meeting that they do. We get all kinds of training. We get be able to utilize more of what we're currently paying for anyway in our maintenance fees, but we can't because we just have an on-prem server version that is just, like I said, 2 versions behind from where they're currently at. And then once we do move all this into the cloud, both of these items, we move data off of our current servers that we're paying money for and utilize space that we currently have that we're not using. So that when in next year we come asking for our servers, we can actually scale our servers back so that we don't have to pay our current hosting vendor as much money. Now, it's not a dollar for dollar wash, it's not a, but there will be a bit of a savings. Yes?
John, when we talk about managing Microsoft Teams and setting up channels and doing that stuff with users, why can't that be something that you take on? Why do we have to have a contractor come in to do that?
It would just be something I would need to get training on to do. So is it something I could do? Yes, once I get trained.
Yeah, I only bring it up because I think that lift within Teams and M365 is gonna be considerably lighter than you think. And there is on Microsoft Learn, several different tracks that you could take for free, to get up to speed on some of that administrative stuff. So if that was the bulk of what we wanted to do with that 30,000, I would want to hold off on that for the time being because I think I think you're more than capable of getting this.
I do too. It's more time. I mean, where can I fit it in time-wise?
I guess so. You're either going to be managing your time trying to get a consultant together to train you, or you can manage your time to train yourself. And I think you're going to be better suited in the latter, honestly.
Fair enough.
Thanks, John.
Yep.
I'm going to bring back, just in the interest of time and conversation, I'll bring back the Community Development Director. It's not a position I was hoping to add for 2026 anyway, but I do want to, David's been working and we've talked to, he must have stepped out, but I've been doing some research on community development departments in other communities. We already went through the county early voting agreement, so we know that one's in there. Also in there is the Township General Fund contribution to Oshtemo Parks and Rec Fund at the Kalamazoo Community Foundation. That's going to feed into our conversation about the parks budget in general. Also identified as a pilot program in 2025 was the dependent care reimbursement benefit. It's currently in there, but again, it was identified as a pilot project, and it's over $100,000. We need to make the consideration to amend the Oshtemo Fire Department SAD distribution to 86%, 9%, and 5%. And then I think full-time elected compensation can come back in the future too for a fuller conversation. So from there, I think, oh, and the last but not least, Anna passed out, yeah, you can have yours back. Anna passed out a sheet, and so currently in the budget, if you look under the lines for 45 million, currently in the budget is line B, which includes that we keep the connection fee for the new connections and sewer expansion at 7,500, that the road fund contributes $500,000 to the sewer fund, and in the budget currently is $250,000 transfer from the general fund. What you're seeing in the next column is when the project was, the cash flows, when the project was $30 million, resulted in the surcharges, am I getting this, correct me if I'm wrong, Anna, the surcharges basically represented 43% of the debt service. Is that correct, Anna? Thank you. So what's happened with time and increased cost is right now the surcharge would represent 49% of debt services if we do a $250,000 transfer. If we do a $350,000 transfer from general fund, then we have the potential to maintain the 43% surcharge as a part of debt service. So I think the question for the board is, it's in the budget right now at 250,000. If anyone, do we see value in increasing that general fund contribution to maintain that 43%? And I think that covers all the kind of bigger capital and operations that are in this budget that in order for us to get to some final numbers for Jim, I need some feedback from you all on. So the police.
Do this first.
Okay, let's do it. Yeah, let's do this first. All right, let's do this first. Oh,
Is this what we're looking at?
well, why don't we take,
Yeah, okay. The budget we reviewed had item, or option B from this,
that is correct.
okay.
I want to do the vehicles, and then I think after the vehicles, most people can go. Yeah.
So what is the advantage of one versus the other? I'm not getting the gist of this. Is it just maintaining, I mean, if you're saying you're taking extra money from the general fund, which means that you're taking it from other projects that we want that could use in the general fund?
I mean, potentially. I mean, I think right now, we are, I mean, that's how much carryover funds we're gonna use is, I mean, by policy, we have to use some carryover funds.
Right.
And then we have a max that we can use as well, which is another reason why Josh is here. But right now, if you look in what's,
I think the pink is what we've been doing. And so the other A, B, and C are the options to how do we offset and correct bills coming from the water and sewer bills from the city. And so it's not, I guess my point is it's not just the general fund, it's also the water fund, or the road maintenance fund as well.
Correct, Claire. So I tried to make this color-coded. So yeah, when we were at 30 million a few years ago, these were kind of, when I talk about those levers we can pull, where we were at. So if we apply that to taking on additional bonds with less connections, we would be at the pink in the second block, if you will. The A, B, and C is how to essentially get the surcharge to fluctuate. Sorry. Let me start with the road fund. The reason the road fund would go up is because I broke out the road costs related in the estimate that would be eligible for road funds. And so that brings us back up to proportionally, as the costs have increased, to covering the road-related items with the road fund. So that's option A. It's pretty reasonable from my professional perspective to make. The next B and C are for the board to decide if you want to keep the connection fees where they are, how to do that without putting, the surcharge goes on everybody's sewer bill that's currently connected, even outside of the expansion areas. So they would be generating some of the revenue to pay the debt to expand the service, to the system.
So am I missing, what are the numbers differences for what the surcharge?
Yep, so for A, the connections stay the same for all of them. The road fund changes in A, B, and C to 500. And then the general fund changes in B and C from the 150 to the 250 to the 350.
Okay, but in each one, the surcharge stays the same.
Nope, the surcharge is the
surcharge goes
balance
down.
then when you make
Oh,
those
the
other
connection fee
adjustments.
stays the
So
same.
essentially,
The
the
connection.
surcharge goes down as you add other revenue.
Oh, okay, I'm getting it confused with the connection, yeah.
So another way of saying it, Anna, is if you want the surcharge that everybody pays to stay the same, you need to put more money into, from the general fund into the funding for sewer development.
Yes, yeah, mhm.
Is raising the connection fee not a feasible option?
Well, we've been promising that we weren't gonna do that.
Well, the reason I know that the reason that I'm mentioning that is all costs are going up, and that's a cost on an individual versus a cost on an entire community.
So Anna looked at that, but it doesn't move the needle very much by raising the
It's
connection.
only 900 properties in grand total for the,
For 40 years, all
Yeah.
financing it, yeah. But it is an option, I just have, the
Definitely.
board's always shared their prerogative was to keep that, so.
I would be in favor of option A from the list of items presented here. The surcharge is a system fee in my mind, and we're all benefited when the system is expanded, and we all benefit from its maintenance. I think that would be the correct lever to pull to fill this gap.
The one.
That's the 150, that would be taking it to a higher surcharge.
I guess if you're asking me which of the items do
You like A?
I would prefer to move the surcharge.
Okay. Neil?
Well, I mean, I'll defer to other people's better understanding of this, but yeah, A is fine with me, based on what I know. I was more concerned when you said you're taking an additional 50,000 out, and we have lots of things that we want to be doing, so I kind of got fixated on that. But A's fine with me.
You looking at me? I'm good with A or B and not so much C.
I'm good with B. A is fine with me too, A or B. B is my preference.
Same.
Dusty? Michael?
Yeah, I still need additional information. Maybe I'm just at 9 o'clock at night going brain dead, but I would like to know the impact on the average bill of each of these.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Because
I was
they're
looking for.
numbers
It's
that
more
don't
too
seem real to me
significant
without
than
knowing the average impact to the consumer. Do we know that information? Like,
I mean, are we talking hundreds of dollars per year? Are we talking?
I think
what are we-
the last time I spoke with Ann, I think it was like $6 a bill.
For which option?
Let me check that before we,
So $6 a
Yeah, I think
month?
that's what you.
but
I think
that's not what
you
you're looking at,
I think, are they monthly bills or quarterly bills?
they're quarterly bills, and this isn't the surcharge that goes on the bill, this is the percent of debt service. So like our
Yeah.
current surcharge is 24%. That's, I'm not saying we're raising it to that amount. I'm saying that this is, of this total debt, how much would cover that? So I have to look at the cash flows, not somebody's bill.
Depending on how much money you have.
That's okay.
I mean, I don't think it's like $100 a bill. I think it's close to like.
That puts it in, that makes it a lot more.
While she looks, while she looks that up, let's talk about some of the capital items that the staff are here for. So I want to talk about the vehicles. There's a vehicle request from maintenance that's in the budget. There's a vehicle request from the fire department that's in the budget. There's a vehicle request from Public Works, and there's a vehicle request from assessing. They're all in the budget right now. We definitely need more vehicles. There is no doubt about it. My suggestion would be that we leave the vehicles in there, but that we do not start making any purchases until we make a plan for how to purchase, what kind of vehicles we want, and so that we are, are we going electric? Are we going gas? But that would be my recommendation, is that we keep the vehicles in the budget and then come back together and make a plan for what to purchase and when.
That can work. Yep.
I'm good.
And I will volunteer my services to help you
Oh,
guys with
yeah.
that plan.
We will take you up on that.
I literally spend all my free time shopping for cars.
Neil, do you have an opinion?
No, I'm good. I'm
Okay.
good with that.
Okay. Dusty?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Michael?
Just a quick question on that one. Will they be dedicated or will they be pool that can be used over different departments?
The policy drives that already, so,
So like fire can only be used for fire.
Fire. So
Yeah.
Public Works would have the one vehicle for them, assessing would have the one vehicle for that department. Maintenance would add to its fleet for that department.
but it's not that, I don't think I would ever see, like, if assessing's vehicle was here, if I said to Christine, hey, listen, I need to run to a meeting, can I take your vehicle?
It's not like federal appropriations where you're breaking the law and using one bucket for another.
No, well, in this case, you're not using special assessment monies for other departments. The reason fire is segregated is because those monies are specially assessed.
But the others could be pooled without problem, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Kristen, do you have an opinion?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that plan.
Okay. All right, so those of you who have been waiting to hear whether or not your vehicle stays in the budget, the vehicle is staying in the budget. And we'll get more information later about how to, the board's gonna make some decisions, I think you've all heard. So I don't think, if you're welcome to stay if you want, but I, for the rest of the conversation, but I don't think it's necessary. The next big thing we need to talk, or the one thing I want to talk about is, and I tried to meet with our sheriff's department liaison ahead of this meeting, and the county administrator reviewed all of the contracts, the police contracts, so he had to wait to hear back about any changes to the contract before it made sense to meet with me. Ironically, I am meeting with Captain Bishop on Thursday of this week to talk about what's going to, and according to Captain Bishop, there are no material changes to our contract. The contract we signed last year was for 1 year. I'd like to do, I'm hoping to do a 3-year contract at least moving forward. But I want to, do we want to maintain the detective and the 2 CPOs? Or, and they are budgeted, I gave what I think is a good,
If you're looking for opinions, mine is yes.
okay.
And I think it's no surprise that mine is also vehemently yes. I think they've already shown their value, and I love especially, I can't even say one over the other, but the CPOs making the connections with the business owners and the residents and dealing with, those day-to-day issues, and the detective, I just think they're absolutely valuable.
And even as a pilot program, I think it needs more than 1 year.
I agree
Yeah.
with that. I think it was just, and that fund is fine, as far as it can handle, probably for a few years, staffing at that level before we would have to talk about, whether we reduce staffing or looked at raising the police millage.
Hang on, can you say that last bit one more time? What did you say?
I said that the police fund is healthy enough that it can support that level of staffing for a few years before we're gonna have to look at either
Okay.
reducing staffing.
I
or
heard
raising-
we would have to raise taxes, and I'm like, no, we don't need it, we don't even need that SAD for 2 years.
Right, that's what, yeah,
Okay.
so, yeah.
I just wanna make sure we were
Yeah, so we're in good shape. The other additions, so Alan, our ordinance enforcement officer, and let me pull up, the police budget is 207. And it lives on page 47. Alan, our ordinance enforcement officer, has just been doing an amazing job. And so something else that's new, it's not as the cost isn't as significant as our police contract. But we did, because of Alan's work and legal's work, we actually, under 207, at the bottom of page 48, we budgeted some dollars for junk removal, mowing, and snow removal, and those dollars were added because they came as budget amendments in 2025. Like, we've done some of that work this year, but to avoid having it be budget amendments, we put a small amount of money. So let's just say, there's a business that Alan has visited many, many times on West Main regarding mowing or snow removal. And we are wasting precious staff time, and when I think Alan should just have the ability to, make a visit, ask for compliance, and then you got maybe 2 strikes, and the 3rd strike, we are going to take care of it for you, and then we're going to charge you. So that's what that money is in there for.
I guess this might be a Josh and clerk question. Does that need a revenue, like a separate revenue line for reimbursement of?
I'm not sure how you would do that in a budget, because we bill them, and then if they don't pay, we put it on their tax bill. So I'm not sure how to put a revenue line in the budget when it's
I mean,
it's sort of backwards. We don't get the money up front and then pay for it. We expend the funds, and then we bill them. If they don't pay, then we put it on the
And
tax.
so tax revenue, if it's on the tax bill, just goes back into the police fund, and then we do it again next year?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's That's helpful. So I want to go back to the list and continue to take some feedback from you all about whether they stay in the budget or go.
Well, do we have, we just have the one more, the speed trailer for the police fund, right?
Oh,
I was gonna say, we do that, Alan can leave.
Yep.
Just do one at, you get to leave, you get to leave.
yeah, Christine, you don't, yeah, if you, I think you're all set. You too. Greg, Greg, I think you're all set, except for I guess we're gonna be talking about Vanessa, so.
Didn't even sound very nice.
Oh,
Wow.
We're gonna be talking about Vanessa.
well, just because maintenance does so much work with, parks. Yeah, Jody, I think you're all set too.
I think
Oh,
Chief
and
said,
John?
I think Chief said if we decide on the separation,
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe Jody wants to stay just for the proposal.
nobody has to go just because we're saying you can't. That,
Okay, so the SMS texting program, this was lifted up through Public Works to Media and Communications. There's been a couple of, there's been research done with some different companies. Is there, Anna's here, I think she could take some questions, I think Rich could take some questions.
I really support it, we could use it for elections as well. Part of the state law is that we have to be able to text voters, which is wild for a lot of reasons, but, the way we did it the last election was not great, so we would like a more robust program, so we would benefit from that as well.
and I'm not sure of the capabilities, but for example, there are a lot of people that haven't paid their summer taxes yet, and so if I could kind of narrow down, I don't know what the capabilities are, and if I'm like overshooting, then that's fine, but I do support it, because if I can even send text messages like, hey, don't forget, you have
It's
your summer
text
tax
day.
bill.
So is this an opt-in program, or is this just annoy the hell out of people for fun program?
Well, we would do it as an opt-in.
Okay, because otherwise, this just sounds painfully annoying. And I think it could, if you're not careful, get to a point of oversaturation and being annoying. So if we put every event via text message to people, or, hey, don't forget to pay your tax bills, I personally would be annoyed. I can see, I know when my tax bill is, if there's individual issues, but I'm not sure that, I would like to know more about the program before I say $10,000 yes, because I don't want to annoy our citizens either.
Could we have an opt-in by category? That's my first question, by category, to eliminate that. And then second, could we also use it to disseminate, emergency information, let's say?
Really, without a policy, the sky's the limit. We could do any of those things.
I think as long as it has an opt-out,
Yeah.
How we've dealt with this in the past, so we have subscriptions for our newsletter. And we have had requests from different departments, like, oh, could we send this out to the newsletter list? And we said no, because people signed up for newsletters, right? They didn't sign up for the other stuff. So really, we could form a policy to handle this any way we want.
Yeah, kind of like when you unsubscribe from something, you can unsubscribe from, monthly emails, or you can get them quarterly or
And
certain
maybe it's
items.
appropriate to have a policy before we buy the program.
Yeah. I think it would be useful, though, to use it for, emergency notifications. Well, maybe even just to avoid this area, because there's a, armed gunman or whatever it may be in progress that police are dealing with, avoid the area, stuff like that.
Would you prefer that we bring back, kind of a policy and a budget amendment and more details about the program?
Personally, I would like to know a lot more about it before saying yes to it. The specific program that we're going to be using, the specific capabilities, I would just like to know more about something before we spend money on it. And a policy would be appropriate, but it's hard to make a policy if I don't know all the capabilities of it.
Sure.
I don't really have any big concern about leaving it in there while we investigate it, but then I don't have any, I think trustee Chapman has valid concerns, and I agree that, you know, if it can come back later with more information, then let's just bring it back. And, you know, then we can all have the questions answered.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do it as a staff recommendation with more information. Okay. Zach?
You with us?
No, I'm not. What's the question?
Do you want?
The
We're gonna have to
SMS,
get this
Oh,
together,
no, not the
guys.
text
We
message
gotta-
thing, sorry. I'm out on that one.
He's busy texting.
So I
somebody.
guess after that little bit of discussion, why don't we take it out of the budget and bring it back, knowing
Yeah.
that it's gonna come back as an amendment to add later, once the information's there. And
I think that's what's being asked.
then, okay, I'm
Okay,
done.
okay. And there's a decision on that one. The Oshtemo Historical Society grant match.
I think we should discuss that when we do the park.
All right, we'll do the park. All right, the part-time, the two positions, the part-time legal assistant position and the building department administrative positions.
I'm in favor of both,
My-
just because I see it.
Yeah, my understanding of the building department position is we have one person doing 3 jobs, but we'll only be doing those 2 jobs, which would be parks and maintenance, and then we would have this new person just for building. Yeah, I totally support that, I agree with you. She's a fabulous addition, and
Well, for example, too,
doing
when the,
work.
when the building person wanted vacation, it was taking 3 or
Oh
4
my
people
gosh.
to cover.
Yeah.
for
I spent
what she
40
did.
hours just trying to cover somebody's 1-week vacation, trying to figure that out. It's
Is
crazy.
this the total cost including benefits? Because I would really like to know the actual total cost of a new employee.
Sarah?
Benefit and ratio with the increases. Do you want me to go up there and talk?
Yeah, why don't you? I don't remember if that was just the salary, and I don't have it broke out here.
That number on the memo is definitely just the salary. We talked a little bit about the salary to benefit ratio a couple meetings ago. With the increases that we just did, we are closer to around 48 to 50% now. So that's what you'd be looking to add. Of course, it varies per person depending on what benefits they elect. However, in the overall benefit number that you see that is in the budget, that would include that new position. It's just one position that would be eligible for the full benefit package.
Would the 20-hour benefit, 20-hour person get any benefits?
Yes, they get retirement. So we do the 4% contribution plus up to a 6% match, and then they get PTO as well.
So in the interest of transparency, when we put down a new staffing proposal, can we put down the actual cost, total cost estimate?
Yeah, that's my fault, I'm sorry.
Because it just went up 40%.
Yeah, no, I get you. It is presented in the budget with all the costs, though.
Yes.
I didn't put I did not include that in the memo, so I'm sorry, that's a good call out.
Do you want to know the number? Yep. Well, but the 21 becomes 31.8, the 35 becomes 51, so instead of 57,000, it'd be
So what was the last number you said?
83,000 combined.
Oh,
Is that benefits on just one of them, though, the 32.5?
That was the 40%. It's to both.
So the 20-hour one would not qualify for the benefit package. So, yeah, that would just be 10. Yeah. And it varies. It depends on what benefits they select and all that, so it's all just an estimate. Once we do open enrollment this year, which we will talk about in way more detail once I can review with Sherry and bring it back to the board as we have in previous years, I can give you what our salary to benefit ratio is for 2026.
So Josh said, I guess, for trustee benefit, Josh just said about 83 for both, but you're saying one of them isn't gonna have, so would a 75, under 75 be more?
So the 32.5 would be the full benefit package, so I would add around 50% on the high end to that, including benefits, and then the 20-hour one is just 10% for retirement.
So 20, 23 and 51.
And how did we band these individuals without a job description? Do we have a job?
We do have a job description for administrative assistant. Yep,
Okay. Thank you.
yep.
I'm good with those. You're good?
Speed trailer?
Did we not talk about speed trailer? Okay. So,
Support. I support it.
We did talk about it.
I think,
Well, we talked about it, but did we decide
Oh, I
if
don't
we're
know.
gonna keep it?
Yeah, we gotta go
Let's take
consensus
it.
on this.
I thought we did.
this is still parks, so I'll wait for that. The project management software for the planning department. This is, I think it's just the next step in how busy we are and, you know, having the tools. Yeah, Jody?
Oh, I'm just stretching my legs. Well, I really would want to partner with fire, building, and public works on this project management software. The dream is by the time someone applies to getting their certificate of occupancy, we're all using the same software to coordinate our reviews, revisions from applicants, what the fire department needs, what the building official needs. So it's not just for planning. So if public works, if we're going to spend 26 vetting and then make a purchase, either with the budget amendment at the end of the year or buy it in 27, that's fine with me.
Okay. Thanks, Jody.
Seeing a lot of that go on internally, I would not usually voice my opinion, but I think this is something that would help everybody.
Help eliminate the risk of somebody missing something or
Yeah, we have-
missing a sign off. or
Yeah,
check.
there are emails going here and there, and then, did you check this, did you check, and, yeah, it would help to have.
Yeah, so continue that work vetting, and then when you're ready. Okay, next we have the Laserfish Cloud upgrade.
So I understand we're two upgrades behind, but how does it benefit what I need to understand is how does it benefit our citizens? I just didn't understand it from what was said. Do they?
Laserfish is our repository.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't sure if that was clear when we were talking about it, but that's where we keep our long-term documents, okay?
I just didn't know how going on the cloud, is there a benefit, there's a cost, and I didn't know, it's hard to do a cost benefit. I just didn't understand what we get for that. I know it's in the cloud, nice, everything in the cloud, but I just didn't understand. Is there something more? I know we can get some training, but is there a benefit to the citizens? Can they access some of that repository?
So, once we get it into the cloud, there is a module that we can get that would be a citizen portal, that if there was information that they could actually, we would have to give them rights to access it. So yes, this gives us that ability to put it potentially out there for other people to search through some of those files. It also gives us, right now, we have 16 people that can access it. It'll give us 30 people that can access it from within the township. It'll give us the ability to access it anywhere, being in the cloud. Right now, they have to get on the remote server or be in the office here in order to access it. So it just gives, it's gonna give our people way more ability to access the historical data. It's not gonna give the outside people a lot of stuff. It's a more internal tool.
Do we need to access it outside of here?
They look up historical data all the time in that system.
Okay.
And we're always looking back when it comes to legal issues, planning issues, public works issues. We're always looking back at the record to try to determine what happened 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. My memory's starting to fade, so you could be on 20 if you
No,
forget
it's
it.
amazing. It's
At 9
amazing.
o'clock at night, my memory's fading.
Okay, so are there any other, I guess how do we, I mean, the software, we've got the Microsoft software, and we've got the Laserfish software. What are our thoughts on these expenditures, potential expenditures?
I mean, it kind of sounds like a stick in the mud, but I guess if you want to use Laserfish and you have to be in the office 3 days a week anyway, well, maybe you don't need to access it.
You can access Laserfish outside of the office.
So do we need
So that's
this?
not even the issue. That's not the reason to move to the cloud. There has to be other benefits to it. I mean, I go into Laserfish through the remote desktop.
Right.
anyway. So that's not really a benefit, which is fine. It would save us in,
It'll save us some drive space. It's just a progression. You don't want to get too far behind in a program in order to stay up to date. Is that a reason to update it or spend that kind of money? Maybe not. It's just the progression of everything, is getting everything off of your on-prem servers, getting into the cloud, giving everybody access, better access, and, yeah, I guess I'm
Is
just a
there a
proponent
difference
of getting everything up into the cloud.
Is there a difference in how you search the Laserfish? Like if you needed to find something historically, is there a difference in how you can search that and get the information quickly, or?
You're asking me, I don't know, because I don't have access to it, so I have to go to somebody else and ask them to look for it.
Oh, can you answer that?
Well, I'm sorry, I
How do
wasn't listening.
they, through the Laserfish, is there an advantage to going, upgrading to how quickly and easily and efficiently we search for something?
Unfortunately, no. Really how easily it is for us to search is how good our metadata is when we actually put the stuff into the cloud or into the Laserfish. Oh, Jody's here.
And right now, we have a part-time temporary employee cleaning out planning files, and Public Works and Planning and the Clerk's Department worked for a few months coming up with the metadata, so things are named consistently as they're uploaded, so that we can clear out file cabinet after file cabinet and get all these documents up there properly named. So if you're searching something by its address or a different keyword, it'll take you right there. Every FOIA request, I mean, we use Laserfish in the planning department weekly, a couple times a week, especially if a FOIA comes in. And I just made a comment to Colton real quickly today about a plat, and seconds later, he had a snip from Laserfish of this plat and its restrictions, so we use it a lot.
But can't we do that with what we have? You're telling me we can do that with what we have. I'm just not understanding, and again, it's getting late. I'm just not understanding what we get for $50,000. Other than upgrade to the cloud.
Well, that I don't know. I'm just telling you how we use it.
Again, if you want to do this like we do with a lot of other stuff, we can pull it, bring it back with the budget amendment, and we can get a lot more information for you. I got probably 40 pages of information I can give you right now that's on my desk. Well, in the proposal that we're given.
No, we don't want that information. We want a summary of that.
Executive summary.
Very clear.
Okay, thanks, John.
Yep.
Software.
I'm for it.
What are we talking?
We're talking about Laserfish.
Well, then you're indifferent.
Either way, I mean, yeah, I'm
Dusty?
I don't.
Dusty?
Oh, yeah, we can get rid of it and have it come back with a budget amendment. Is that what we're talking about? What
Well,
you just offered? That's what John just offered, so
okay.
I'm good with that.
Are you good with that, Neil?
Well, I think this is something he presented it as AGVs, right? Yeah, so. Oh, no, we didn't do this at AGVs? Okay, sorry. I was thinking you had done something like that.
Dusty did the third ATV that we're going to look at upgrading.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna look at it. So I'm good with it.
Let's look at it.
So are we pulling that one out and bringing it back?
I think so.
As long as
Michael?
John's okay.
Kristen?
At 9:15 PM, yes. My brain is about at capacity too.
The Microsoft consultant, though, Zach, I appreciate your comments on that, but I also want us to be able to take advantage of training opportunities sooner than it would take for John to get trained on it to then come back and train us. I want us to be able to use this Microsoft consultant to get over those hurdles to start using the program more. So I think this money needs to stay.
So I use this program and create military channels so that we can have private chats. It's fairly easy to do once you know the basics of it.
No, we use Teams.
Well, no, setting up the channels and
Oh, yeah.
groups and things like that, that was discussed. You are right. I mean, it is fairly easy, and there's, online information you can use. I just think $30,000 is a lot, and it is a fairly easy thing to do.
Yeah, I guess, based on the way it was presented today and the scope of what was described with Microsoft Teams, I think that the 30,000 is excessive. So if we do want to do that, I would want to see a little bit more of a plan for what it is that we're trying to achieve, if that
Okay.
makes sense. And then the other part of this too is I want to make sure that we're teaching ourselves to fish. So if we're going to have John on staff, I want to make sure that he becomes the expert. He knows our business process. He knows the technology that we're using, and that we don't become dependent on a phone call to a consultant to run the business. That is super important.
I agree. I think we can utilize some of the online tutorials to get us up to a certain, at least to a certain level of education on it, and then maybe fill in some gaps. But I agree, 30,000 seems excessive.
So bring it back with a plan.
Okay.
That would help, I guess. Yep.
I have another 40-page proposal.
Stop it.
So this next one, this one's not in the budget, correct?
No, and I'll bring that back. I do want to talk to the board about it. I just, like I said, I put it in here because I wanted to elevate it, that it's something that I think is a good next step for how we organize internally. And we can talk about it during strategic planning too. The next one is about parks. So the other one that was identified as a pilot project was the dependent care reimbursement benefit. That was something that was put on the table last year as an additional benefit. But as a pilot, there wasn't consensus in the board level with regard to it in general, but that's, I guess, neither here nor there. But I need to know, is this something that we're staying with, or?
I had no idea it was
How can I
considered a
answer
pilot,
that?
so-
We don't have any information. I don't know if the pilot worked, how many people took it, I have no information on that to answer that question.
I've got some of that information. Want me to share some of it with you? Just one moment, please.
What is happening?
He's got the happy face.
What do you share?
I asked the question of Sarah about the dependent care, and so I know the answer to trustee Chapman's question about who's using it. We had 15 employees opt in 2025, and it was $75,000. And we budgeted the number that we have now with an estimation of maybe 19 employees taking advantage this year. And we believe that everybody that would benefit or has a qualifying dependent has been, or will be taking advantage of it in this coming year. So I would say utilization is probably close to 100% of eligible employees. I would call that popular, and I would support keeping it in this year's budget.
And how do we feel about that in light of the significant raises that
I-
just went out?
I think
I guess I would
that
temper it.
that has to be asked.
Yeah.
I tried to come at it from, if we wanted to look at the range of salaries and that staff that were on the lower end of the salaries could benefit from this, but Sarah looked into that for me, and you can't do that. It's either all or nothing. you can't cherry pick, you know, somebody that makes $20 an hour can participate, but somebody that makes $45 an hour can't. Am I right about that, Sarah?
It's considered discriminatory.
Just, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was one thing prior to the decision to make the raises, but it's a lot of money on top of that. And I hate
Well,
to
not
take
only-
it away, but I just,
That's,
Not only that, I don't see it as a benefit that's available to everybody to utilize.
that's true too, right? Not everybody has kids that, yeah. I mean, we do have the HSA, correct? So there's- What's that? No, I understand that, but I'm just saying, I mean, we do have some, you know, tax, I don't know what the proper terminology is, because it's 9:30 at night, but tax savings incentives, the HSA, that everybody really could benefit from versus the dependent care.
So it's in the budget right now, and Sarah's planning on doing your presentation on the benefit package. Is it the 28th? Yeah.
I have a meeting on Tuesday with Sherry and Nolte to talk about the proposals for the 2026 benefits. I definitely understand that there was an impact to the budget for the compensation adjustments that we did. I'm mindful of that, and I'm going into the 2026 benefit package through that lens of being fiscally responsible with the distribution of funds. I have some ideas. I don't want to really, it's preliminary at this point, but definitely have some ideas how we can control costs. And I think it would benefit us if we saw the full benefit package before we made any decisions about what we want to cut or what we want to go forward with. And looking at it from a full picture, because it's all the same money. And so we can make a meaningful decision when we have that full picture of the 2026 benefits.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. Which is coming,
The reason-
to answer the original question, sorry.
Yeah.
Probably
March or October 20, or mid-November? No.
Well, open enrollment is going to start, I believe, November 17th. Last year, we did our board presentation the day before we started open enrollment. We'll really, hopefully don't want to cut it that close again, because if it's not approved, then we can't do open enrollment. So hopefully the last meeting in, or the first meeting in November, it will go.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right, fair enough.
yep.
So do you leave the money in there?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it in there, and then, so I think I'm gonna repeat this, is that, and I wanna get through, I think we're to the point where we can talk about, thank you, Sarah, I'm sorry, the Parks Department budget.
I think we just have one more thing before Chief can leave with the.
Oh, yeah, that's right, we'll do that.
No, well, I'll be interested in hearing that update when you do it. I mean, we did start it as a pilot project.
Yes,
and-
that's why it's on the list,
Yeah,
is
and
because it was
and
identified as a
From the
pilot
information
project.
Zach said, it was like 100% involvement. I mean,
For
so I'm very.
people that have qualifying
Yeah,
dependents,
So I'm,
so.
I'm leaning towards, well, how many programs can get people 100% involvement? So, anyway.
Well, free money
but we can
is
have a
a
discussion.
real incentive.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
So you're gonna put it back on the list to
Yep. when-
rediscuss?
Sure.
For when the
Yeah, I'm
benefit
good with
package
that, yeah.
comes. The next one is, I think we need a board feedback on amending the distribution of the fire SAD from 85%, 85.9 and 6 to 86.9 and 5.
Yeah, I support that, and that's how it is in the budget, right?
That
We
is
said
how
that
it's in the
multiple
budget,
times.
that's correct.
I also support that.
Sure.
Yeah, it's not as significant. Zach?
Oh, yeah, I do not concern. Either one, you guys pick. We will make budget amendments if we need to.
Okay.
I thought you were like, I do not, no.
No, I mean, either one of those is fine. I don't see it as a thing that will ever be able to constrain us or put us in a corner, so.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that gets us to Vanessa's budget. I'm so sorry that you're the last one. It is, I think it's
107?
107, so if you want to open your budgets to the 107 fund. And I think I'm going to, on my memo of things that I pulled out, and Vanessa and I went through her budget, yesterday, line by line again?
This morning.
This morning, line by line again, okay? So from my memo, what's on here is the $5,000 for the social media consulting, the $15,000 for the grant match for the Drake, for the OHS. Huh?
What page?
Oh,
23.
23.
20.
That's all right, that's good. Yeah, that's fine. So at the end of the day, the 107 fund, Josh, how much in reserves, or how much in carryover can? So the 107 fund only has 305,000 in carry forward funds. In order to balance the budget as it is, it needs $412,000 in carry forward funds. So I currently, for many years, so she's, did you say 305? So it's $107,000 short to fully fund it as it is in carry forward funds, and it also would leave no carry forward funds in the parks budget for the remainder of the year. That's why this is the hardest one. So I want to point out that the items that I started to say were the $5,000 for the media consultant, the social media, the person to do the social media around our parks work, which was $5,000. $15,000 for a grant match for the Oshtemo Historical Society to obtain a grant. $50,000 general fund contribution to the Kalamazoo Community Foundation, to the Parks and Rec Fund. Was there anything else? I think those are the three big ones. 50,000, 65,000, and 5,000. Yeah, so I think there's $70,000 identified here on the list of things that need budget. They have budget implication and I need some feedback. Now, the other thing I'd like to mention to the board is two things. Number one, the general fund transfer to the Parks Department has been $250,000 per year as long as I can remember. So that general fund transfer has not been upped in a long time. So that's one thing. So if you look in revenue, or where's the transfers at? Page 27. If you look at estimated revenues, you got transfer from general fund. The reason, okay, so 175,000 is our match for the Fruit Belt Rail Trail, and then 250 is the general fund transfer. That 250 is, like I said, it's been that amount for I think quite a while. So one way to get us closer is to look to contribute more from the general fund to the parks. The other thing is that we have grantable revenue. So we have a fund at the Kalamazoo Community Foundation, and what did you estimate was grantable, 75,000?
About 75. We looked at it a quarter or two ago.
Yeah.
Evaluating it.
And so typically, we haven't pulled down those grantable funds. They are allowed to sit there and just cook and get bigger, you know? But that is another place where we could add that revenue to her budget, to the parks budget, as well as amend the general fund transfer and increase that. I think I mean, I think it's only fair, frankly. I do not support the grant match to the Oshtemo Historical Society. I think that that's not our responsibility to fund that grant match for them, but that's my opinion. And that begs the question, you know, if the Township General Fund gives $50,000 to the Kalamazoo Community Foundation, and then we take out $75,000 out of grantable funds from that fund, why are we putting $50,000 in that fund? Kind of doesn't make sense.
Is it an endowed?
It
It's
is
an
It
endowment.
is an endowment.
So it does make sense, because an endowment, you're putting that towards the nest egg, and the 75,000 is the expected.
Right, grantable
That's the
growth,
money from
right.
the growth.
Yeah.
So you're still adding to your core balance.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes perfect sense. That's how endowments work.
Mm-hmm.
So it is for things like this. But in my humble opinion, the one thing that everybody in this community cares about and everything we hear are the parks.
Mm-hmm.
We have an average age of, 34? I think our parks are our gem, and we need to pony up. And if we need to take some of the 75,000, absolutely. And if we need to transfer from general funds, absolutely. It's one of the most important parts of our community. We shouldn't even question that.
I share the
No,
sentiment.
we definitely should question it,
But
because we should question whether or not parks need some dedicated funding.
that's
other
exactly
than
what
the
I
general
wanted
fund.
to say, Clerk Farmer. Thank you.
Well, and that, I mean, I think this year's situation, in my mind, completely tees up that conversation about, is it time to think about dedicated funding for parks?
So one question I do have, and please explain if I'm, okay, so we have a public media person, and so why, I don't understand.
Because-
So why would we need a special one for parks and Friend of the Parks and is 5,000? Our share in Friend of the Parks is paying another 5,000,
Yes.
like if they agreed to
Yes,
that already?
yes, and it would be,
No.
no, but it,
Okay.
well, we didn't want to advance that until we got, I mean, because the Friends of the Park said yes, and then the board said no. It just made more sense to get it, if the board would commit, then take it to Friends of the Park and ask them.
Okay. So why is it different? Why is it a special person if we actually have a media person?
He does not spend his whole day doing social media. He has 13 departments that he's writing content for, making graphics. I mean,
But isn't Parks one of them?
it is, but have you seen the social
Yeah,
media that she
No,
does?
I have not, and
Okay.
that's why I'm asking.
Right.
It's above and beyond.
Tremendous.
That's why I'm asking what's the difference.
Oh, no, she's very solely focused on Friends of the Parks and Parks. Like, that is her, I mean, Neil, you
Yeah,
can speak
that's
to it.
what it drives her. She's very into it. She's very connected, and she keeps putting things there that people are interested in doing or enlightening them on things that the parks are doing or that are related to parks and recreation and things going on in the township. Continual posts pictures, everything going on. It's just incredible. I don't have time to even look at all of them, but I look at most of them, but she does a fabulous
she
job.
does a great
And
job.
we really need someone dedicated to parks. And
Now I feel like I'm missing out.
Well,
because
get
you're
on
not
Facebook,
you're not
girl.
on Facebook. But, obviously, I'm big on parks, and I think it's extremely important. But as Michael was just saying, people come here because of the parks, they move here because of the parks. It's a place for people to go in a world that's going crazy right now. It provides them with some security, something else to do, a safe place, if you will. Look at the newsletter that just came out. What's the first thing that's in the newsletter? Parks. The previous newsletter, the first thing in the newsletter was parks. The previous newsletter, first thing on the front page, parks. And I can just keep on going. The big thing is parks. We need to fund parks because people are using the parks. And I think that we're trying to leverage some things, that we're learning more information, and we have some more plans that I can expound on, but whether it means, I'm against taking, I don't know how much to keep going on this. The issue with the foundation, I think, is important, as Trustee Chapman said, keep funding that because it brings back money. The issue we've had is that nobody knew how much money we had or what we could spend. Now that we have some idea, we have a group in the Friends of the Parks that is developing a process where we will try to use some of that money that is available to approach businesses and other community members to fund things in the park and be a sponsor of something in the park, not just, music in the park, but actually buying some equipment or whatever.
The endowment is not under the control of Friends of the Park.
No, it's not.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, Friends of the Park is responsible for raising funds too.
Sure, okay. I just want to make sure
As part of what we would
that
like
was.
to throw around and get involved with is developing that plan to address a lot of these issues. But no one's going out and asking local business people to be sponsors, other than, for music in the park, that some of us are. We needed to know that, and now we know that there's money available or whatever, that we could ask the board, that would you be willing to match this for, if we had this. We'd like to come up with a plan where we have like small, medium, large donations, and we can go and approach a business person. What do you feel comfortable with doing? I know I'm going on long on this, but we're just learning enough information, and we're just getting enough people who agree with this, that we need to be reaching out into the community and getting more sponsors and local businesses and who live here, and that we're working on that plan, and we've been having those discussions at the park committee meetings and at the Friends of the Parks committee. So I don't want to take the money out of the parks endowment at this point, only because we might want to use it, and we didn't know we could use, we as in Oshtemo Parks and Recreation, we didn't know that we could use it, or what was even there, that information wasn't available. So I'd rather not take that money out of there now. Maybe, next year when we have a plan and we say, hey, here's a couple of proposals, board, do you want to disperse those funds for this purpose? Then, yeah, maybe we can start taking some of it out if we have a purpose. Now, just taking the money out and throwing it into a budget where it just gets lost, we lose the ability to match or consider working with a business as a matching part of their contribution, so we're in it together. I hope I didn't talk totally over you and what you were trying to present. It's just
So let me,
being, involved with the activities and being involved on the Friends of the Parks and doing all these things. I go to the events, I work on them, I volunteer on them, I see what's going on, I see the people who are coming out, hundreds of people. I don't know, it's late, so forgive me, I don't know where all you folks are. I'm going to all the events that we're having. I don't see you folks there supporting the parks when everybody in the community is supporting the parks. I don't know why. I know people have lives and other activities, but we had 3 concert in the park events. We had hundreds of people coming out to these events. Did any of you go? Anybody? Nobody. See?
I went to the first one.
You came to the first one? Okay, great. Thank you. But there are lots of people coming and using our parks. We need to have better funding and more funding to address these things, because the more people use the park, the more wear and tear there is in the park. We have plans, we have master plans that we need to implement that we've agreed to. We
Okay.
need to put more money in.
All right, so,
Sorry.
all right, so what's on the table right now is,
Yeah.
do we have some agreement that increasing the general fund contribution makes sense? So, an additional,
700.
yeah, no. So it's currently at 250. Where would people like to see that funding level be at? And Neil, you don't get to talk.
I wanted to hear Neil first so that I can ratchet down from there, so. Now I'll take
We
myself
have to
away.
be careful. We
Just
have to be
kidding.
careful because we are bumping up. So the one thing we can do right now is we can add things right now And then after Jim, we do these totals and Jim does the notices, we can take things out of the budget moving forward, but we cannot add things. So, I didn't mean to yell. So,
the other thing, I know you said I couldn't talk, but to go on your other items, so the Historical Society match, they just made a grant and got a grant, and we just had a grand opening and at the Drake Open House. They're out hustling, looking for grants,
our staff wrote
you know,
that grant though, and so I had a little bit of a thing about that because they are not paying for Vanessa's time, and I get we're partners, I get that. $15,000 request, they're asking us to fund their match so they can go after the grant.
it's a potential, there's no guarantee they would get any money. However, if we keep harping on them that they need to go out and raise funds, they're out raising funds with our assistance or, independently coming up. I know there's at least 2 grants that they're talking about applying for. The 15,000 is only one of them. But again, circle back around in your head, who owns the house? When they're done renovating it, it's our house, we own it, we still own it. So they're improving our house, our property by doing these things. Yes, it costs money. If you'd come out to the open house, you would have saw a lot of people out there going through the house and really enjoying it. But it's our house, so they're out hustling grants and raising money for it.
They think
but
it's our
No, they do. They change in their mindsets. There's a lot of, anyway. So that one, I would say, I would leave it in there if you can, because it's not. We're going to spend 15,000. They may not qualify for the grant. It's due in November, I think, something. The other one, the social media, I'm very positive about that, and definitely think that's a great idea. I think we should be doing that, not Friends of the Parks, but anyway, because the parks are the beneficiary of all the social media. And then the last thing was, of course, was the general fund contribution. I think we should keep doing that and withhold taking money out of that until we can finalize a plan of action of how we're going to be using it. Sorry.
Neil, so I'm just going to interrupt for a second, I apologize. I appreciate your passion. I think that your passion represents the community's passion. I think that parks are our greatest asset. And unfortunately, it's so late that I'm taking my kids home to bed. And I'm not sure that we all should do much more because we're getting to a point of anger and bad judgment. So I have to go, and I apologize for leaving in the middle of the meeting, but I gotta get my kids to bed.
Okay, I think this is the last thing, actually. What I can do, again, going back to what I said, is we can add things tonight, but we can't add anything else, but we can take things out, because we'll look at this budget again. So, if I'm hearing is increase the general fund contribution. Neil is not in support of taking the funding out of the endowment, but leaving it there. Making the $50,000 contribution from the general fund to the endowment. Maintaining the social media consulting services. And Neil is in favor of matching the grant for the Historical Society. I mean, you make a good point, but I have some, I love them dearly. I just not sure that that's our job.
It's your house.
So, you know what? We're doing research on to turn it into a museum. We don't know what to do with it.
I'm actually going to the Van Buren Historical Museum tomorrow with a friend to see how they handle their house.
Yeah, okay. So
I'm in support of, I'm guessing you're doing your list again, of increasing the general, but I'd like to set that amount as opposed to just say, yes, let's just increase to cover.
Well, what I was gonna propose is that I will work with Vanessa to come up and get using these tools to get the budget balanced. Then I can give the final numbers to Jim, and then we can bring it back for whether or
I
not.
still think we need to set a number,
Okay.
Like if you came back and went, oh, general fund needs 500,000, I would be opposed to that.
You would be?
Yes, I would.
So
How about 6?
we can't afford it.
But it, like, so I'm good with like 354, right? I'm not good with 5, 6, 7. I do think if we're gonna be moving money from general funds and borrowing money to balance our budget, we should be pulling out of money we're putting into, meaning the endowment fund, so I am in favor of pulling from there. And also doing the transfer in, because like, the trustee said, if, as long as you keep putting it in, you're building your base.
Right, yeah.
And so, yes, continue to put that in, but pull some out to offset some of the budget. I'm good with now the,
Grant match,
no,
no.
Social media.
I'm not saying I'm not, that's not what I was trying to look for. The, yes, the social media person. What's left? The grant match? I understand both. I understand that it's our house, but I also understand, like, if you're going for a grant, you don't have somebody else pay the match so you can do the work.
That's wrong.
Like, I'm struggling with that a little bit.
No, that's very good. 'cause
So, like-
we do have some ideas of how to offset the $15,000. So
Yeah,
we
but I
are
mean, if
pursuing
you
it,
t-
but they don't want to, they don't want to apply for.
I don't wanna get
for
too excited.
the grant if they have no idea where the match is coming from.
Right, but if you take like planning, for example, planning pulls a small amount from soda and DDA because she is staff for them. That's not happening here. For doing work for another entity as a township staff member.
I
Maybe
think
that's
that.
something we need additional staff in parks.
So to do everything that's in the budget, the general fund at a minimum needs to raise its contribution to 400,000.
Well, that would cover absolutely everything.
No.
Right, so if you pulled some endowment, it wouldn't have to be 400,000, it could be 350 this year, and revisit it again next year.
But we don't have to spend everything that
No, we
put
don't.
into the budget.
No, I mean,
We
I.
come back with proposals and, of how other things, or we're not gonna do this because we're, spending too much. I mean, we got lots of ideas, how to spend money. We gotta be realistic. And I think
Okay,
the
I need, I
parks-
think,
I
gotta.
get what you're saying.
I need to walk.
400,000 would balance
All right.
it.
I need to find out what amount people would support from the general fund transfer. Kristen?
Again, I'd be able to 7 hours. I'm going to defer to Claire's expertise as far as the, what did you say, 350 to 4?
Dusty?
Yeah, I support the 400.
Okay. Zach?
No more than we did the previous year.
So you,
250?
you want to keep it at 250?
Yeah.
Okay.
If we want something else, then we should impose an SAD or put out a millage.
Okay. Neil?
How much did you say we needed? 400? I would support 400.
All right, I think that gives me enough information. We've gone through the big stuff.
No, there's still 2 things,
What's that?
2 more things on the list. You have my proposal that I handed out, and then I have another proposal.
Oh, I didn't know you wanted board action on that.
Oh, I wanted the board to know about it and consider
The
how
one
we
you
can
sent?
do it. Yeah. I gave you a hard copy too.
I must have buried it.
Yeah, probably. There's a lot of paper here. Well, just really quickly, because I didn't attach any dollar amount, but the proposal is to turn this into this area out here by the fire, by the flagpoles, cut down a certain number of trees around it to make it visible, so the flags are visible from West Main, which has been something that Trustee Chapman has said numerous times. We need to clear that out so people can see it. But then make that into a sort of hub as part of the comprehensive plan, draft comprehensive plan that talks about having the township park, the township hall, fire station, and the library. And we could use that as a place to have, say, a tree lighting ceremony, for example. This would be a great place to have it. It's a safe access through this door over here. We could have an event. People could go out there once it's all landscaped and it's all set, ready to go. We could use, for safety reasons, put up like a snow fence on the other side of the paved pathway, just to make sure people don't try and get onto West Main. And then also look for a way to get rid of some of the other trees, since they're not native and they're calorie pairs things.
Undesirable.
Undesirable, so, yeah, I didn't quite know how to phrase it. So it isn't the greatest memo, because I copied and pasted so many times, but there were pictures on the back of that. But I think we should get a landscape architect to design that with the idea of what we're trying to do, because it fits in with what we'd like to use it for, and part of our comprehensive plan, one of the ideas in our comprehensive plan is to turn this whole area into that. So you can read the rest of the memo, there's other things in it, but I'd like to see it get slotted somewhere, like under a consultant, or as part of the comprehensive plan or something, because we've talked about doing something with the flagpoles, that whole area, and this would also serve the purpose of being a gathering place, making this a community. You can come back after an event, come in here and have, cider and donuts or whatever, and, stay in this area. I think it has a lot of positives.
Donuts made me happy, sorry.
Donuts made you happy, that convinced you? Well, so I didn't go out and get money, because, I just thought I wanted to somehow bring this forward, that we hire someone to make the plan, and I don't know where that falls in the budget.
So, first of all, the master plan's not adopted yet.
Right.
So, I think this is great, thoughtful work. I think that it should be a part of the process of implementing the master plan. And talking about, again, it's just like talking about our campus and our buildings is definitely going to be part of strategic planning. So this, I think, fits perfectly in with how do we address this campus in particular.
I'm not trying to say that we would do it because of the comprehensive plan. I never realized it's still a draft. I only use that as supporting information because that's what came up and that's what people were looking for, and it's there. I think we could do this without the comprehensive plan, and it would be a perfect use of that. It would clear that out so people can see the building. It would get rid of the trees that are overhanging there, and then the bad trees that are growing there. And then it would be a place for us to have, let's say, a holiday tree or whatever. People can see it driving by. We could have a little ceremony here. Fits in right with making this a community and the whole community spirit. I throw out the comprehensive plan part only because it seemed like supporting evidence to go that route. But I think it stands on its own as a good idea. So, long and short, I don't know how much money. I just think I'd like to slot it in somewhere so we do it. As a, part of some bigger budget of something. It's building and grounds.
You did send it to Jody too?
Yep.
So, that's the right person to start if we're gonna start the conversation. Well,
And
I
I
don't
wanted
know.
the board to know whether they thought this was a good idea as a proposal, and hopefully the, board believes it's a good idea and we should move forward and not just wait longer. So, can we put it in there somewhere? Anyone have an objection to just putting it in assigning it, the concept, not necessarily my concept, that's why just getting a landscape architect or someone to work with whatever building and grounds committee or whoever needs to be involved in making the recommendations. Greg,
I don't know. Greg had an arborist out to look at that tree, and then let me start an internal conversation first, and then we can feed back to you who's going to lead the project and where we could put it.
That's fine, I just want to make sure it gets addressed. I've talked to several people, and
I don't think this is the first time that we've had that tree conversation out here, because it does cover all the flags. I want to say it's familiar that we've had this conversation, not with the Christmas trees and stuff,
Michael's,
but the
he's brought it up quite a few
conversation of,
times,
I've talked to residents that have you can't see the flag in military, and so I've had those conversations with people, but I also think that having a tree out, a holiday tree out here, would be great too. So.
For sure.
okay.
Right.
That was the one thing, and the other thing, we talked about the EVs, vehicles. I'd like, as I mentioned before, I'd like to see us work on getting some sort of consultant or whatever to make a plan of EV use and where we would do it for the township. Oshtemo Township staff or hall, whatever we want. I'm not talking about necessarily the whole township, but just us, our organization. You know, where we could do it, what we can do, what would it needs to be, where would people think would be appropriate, or what would be involved. And I think maybe people would be more willing to accept that if, that change, if they had more information from, that was not just thrown out or read in the paper or whatever. So, but those are the ideas that I'd like to see included somewhere. How funding, I don't know. Just think, bringing them forward, get them in, talk about them, get them in the budget.
I don't have, do you have an extra one of those, Neil? Because, here, oh,
Somewhere.
you know what, Dusty probably
Oh.
stole mine.
There you go.
Well, I mean, you're so spread out,
Yeah.
like, how can we
You
not?
know, you all know. I'm just,
Encroach on you for you, sorry.
all right. I think we've hit all the high notes this evening. I will get,
Supervisor, clerk, and treasurer compensation.
no, I said we were gonna bring that back.
Okay.
What did I do to this?
So,
Oh,
where was my brain going?
Public comment, I think.
All right, is there anyone here wishing to make public comment?
after all that.
Andrea. All right, I think at this time then, we've exhausted our agenda. I will,
No, we still have,
oh my gosh, no, we're,
how could you possibly forget me? Ah, gosh.
so I guess
Trustee
before I,
comments.
board member and committee updates. Go ahead, trustee Sikora.
All right. On Sunday, the 28th, I attended and volunteered at the open house at Drake Farmstead Park that we just had. The weather was great and it was a good turnout. I was happy to participate in the dedication of the school bell that was funded by member donations to honor Star Waldron, who served as treasurer for 20-plus years, and the dedication of the floor restoration that was funded with a grant from the America 250 Michigan organization with a matching grant from the Historical Society. There are many things to do and see and music to listen to. The Drake House was open for tours, and everyone seemed to have an enjoyable time. I hope you attended to see the work being done at the Farmstead Park, the collaboration between different organizations, the vendors who participated, and the community spirit that is fostered by events such as this in our parks. And then this past Saturday, I attended the fire prevention and community outreach event by the fire department. It was well done and well attended. I talked with several vendors and asked them a lot of questions. I also had a nice chat with members of the sheriff's department about their thoughts and ideas about crime in the township, and we shared some ideas of how they can interact with the board so we meet our shared goals. And I've also made a connection with an individual who does grave restoration and repairs. I've asked about the need for this in our cemeteries, and Clerk Farmer has enlightened me about the township's legal constraints on doing this work. And this seems like a possible way forward, and Clerk Farmer has agreed to work with me in arranging a meeting to further discuss this topic. And then that's all I have for now. Thank you.
All right, trustee Ford?
I'm an EV enthusiast. I don't know if you guys knew that about me, but I don't have any other comments tonight.
Trustee Cole?
No, nothing.
Treasurer Bushka?
I'm tired. I also went to the fire prevent awareness on Saturday, met family there, and it was had a really good turnout, great event, lots of pancakes, sausage patties, a lot of vendors, so Dispatch was there, they had a canopy, our new trailer was there, and then some other vendors. It was just a good day. I mean, I was there for 3 hours and it flew by, and I was like, wait, we're done? And so it was a great event.
That's cool. Clerk Farmer?
I have no additional comments tonight.
Okay, as soon as I make the tweaks to this budget, I will shoot it out for everybody for your review, and we can probably, or we'll probably continue to discuss it up until the public hearing. So with that, this meeting. Oh, do we need to make an approval of this draft budget?
I think the discussion tonight has given the supervisor sufficient information to finalize the projected budget for which we can do the notices from.
Thanks. All right. With that said, this meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everybody.